Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and today is Tuesday, my friends. Michael, it is supposed to be like a horror movie. The intro is meant to be like a horror movie. My intro was actually my first ever shot at trying to figure out how to edit a video. I needed an intro and I needed an outro, and I didn't know how to do it, and it was quite pricey to have someone else do it. I had somebody who would do it for free, but I would have had to wait a really long time. So I said, F it, let me try to figure this out myself. And I figured it out. And I did my intro and then I made my outro. So those are my first and second attempts at ever editing a video or even learning how to do it. I think I did a pretty good job. I've seen some other intros and outros that are on YouTube that, are around the same level, subs as I have. And seems like I did a pretty good job. Pretty good job. The volume is set like at what it's already set. So I guess it kind of just depends, but that's kind of what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be a very eerie, creepy intro and outro, and to give the show, you don't want to pin your show down to like one single thing, right? We do cold cases, we do now cases, we do all sorts of stuff, and so I didn't want to pin it down to just doing like serial killers or just doing, only cold cases. And so when I made the intro and outro, I wanted it to reflect how I wanted my show to be. And if you watch the end of, I think it's the intro, maybe it's the outro, I can't remember, but it says we search for answers together. And the reason I put that there was because that's what we do, right? It's not just me. It's not just me. It's not just me. You guys help. You guys help. And I wanted my show to not just be one of those live shows where the host talks, but a show where the audience has a say too. They have a say in what we talk about. They have all different life experiences, and they give value to the show. Something I don't see a ton of people doing, you know? For me, I guess that's what sets me apart. That's how I want it to be. So, we do have some good news. Well, it's not touching the stand. The stand's way over here. Problem being is so it's on the table. The problem is I don't have a regular table. I have like it's a table, not a desk, and so it doesn't quite catch on 100% because I don't have a regular desk to be able to be as far down as I want it. And because it's shaped like this and it's narrow, it's kind of the only place I could put it without it falling off. So that's half the problem I have, is I really need a regular desk. That's half the issue I have. Oh yeah, these things keep falling off. All the rubber bands that aren't on the hooks, they keep coming off on their own, which is fun. But what can you do? We do have some good news though. We have, see, it's all twisted. I have no idea how that happened. Don't ask me. We got our speakers. Got our speakers in. Got our speakers, and actually we got two versions. We got two versions, guys. We got two versions of speakers. So Freak got me a sound bar, and it's this color. Scorpio got me this little fan here so I could keep cool, and she got me this frozen pack, and you put it on your back so that I'm not dying. Tomorrow's actually going to be 87. And I suppose she also got this because this didn't come with a name. Scorpio, was this you? So you freeze it, right? You put water in it. You fill it with water this way. And then you can even put like a piece of fruit in there and you freeze it. And it's like a pop that you can actually like, rub on your face. But it didn't come with a name. So whoever, thank you. I appreciate it. And this little guy, if you don't have one of these, you guys, this guy goes up to like 5, and like that's 1. Do you hear that? That's 1. Okay. Listen to this thing. That is like some serious power right there at 5. This thing is pissa. This thing's pissa. But we got 2 sets of speakers because right? I would have died. Tomorrow is going to be 87 here, so I am thankful. I am thankful. I appreciate you guys. So we actually got 2 sets of speakers. I had put 2 different ones on my wish list, and I'm not going to say her name because I don't know if she wants to be called out, but I'll just say anonymous. Someone I know went and got my mouse pad and these pink speakers that I got last night. Did not have time to set them up yet today. So they match everything, right? They match everything in the mouse pad, but Freak also got me this sound bar, and it's also pink, and it also matches, and I also love it for the computer. So we have 2 sources of and I think it lights up too. So we got it last night, didn't have time to set it up, obviously. I opened them. I did open them. They actually both are from the same company, I guess, Red Dragon. So yay, Red Dragon. Thanks, appreciate you. And my mouse pad, obviously. Now next is actually a desk so I can fit all these things. And the other thing I realized is so for instance, this is going to be a lot higher up. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix this because the monitor is about this high, everyone. And to aim it down at me, you guys would just be looking down. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to make the camera not be on the top of that and be at like level like where we are now. So I'm gonna have to figure. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that until I was trying to mess with the setup. I also got headphones. These are my regular ones that I found last night and charged, but Freak got me some purple, what they're called bone headphones. So they go right here, and so you can actually still hear everything that's going on around you, but the sound goes directly into your ears. So that's good because especially I'm here for about a half hour after my kids get home. Not that they can't handle themselves. They're old enough to handle themselves for half an hour playing a game or watching TV or doing their homework, whatever. But I like to be able to hear everything. That's usually why I wear one headphone, So they are magical. Yeah, it is kind of like Christmas in June. It's to help the show, obviously. I'm trying to do things to, grow the show and make sure we get a better quality, sound and camera and all that stuff. Potluck really helped me out with the webcam that we have now and the lights. And he actually got me a green screen that I do have. I just haven't set it up yet. I haven't figured out if I want to use a green screen or if you guys love my husband suggested that I take some of the other signs that I have, out of the funny signs that I have, and put a different one there every day. A different funny one there every day. And I was like, hey, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. So I haven't figured out exactly what I want said background to be. So I haven't done the whole setup, and also I don't have a desk yet, so I also don't know if it's going to be moved around or changed around once I get a desk. I definitely need that's like the next thing because trying to put the I don't even know where I'm going to put the speakers right now. We'll figure it out. I'm going to have to MacGyver something, but we will figure that out. Now, Free, did you get the regular link or did it send you the link from yesterday and I need to do it from my phone? Because that seems to be a thing with StreamYard. I think that's all they have, right? Reasonable doubt. Sorry, guys. I want to fix the wire because I just messed it up by moving it. It was on my screen. I couldn't see. I am trying to better the channel all around. I have to work on merch and yeah, I need a desk, unfortunately. Which motion? Is this the motion about Dr. Wrenchler? The defense is trying to keep out. All right, I'll send you it from my phone. Trying to keep out things that Dr. No, I think it's the Commonwealth trying to keep out things that Dr. Wrenchler, and he's next. He's next. So I think, of course, it's the one from yesterday. So annoying. Like, get your crap together, StreamYard. It's not even a desk. It's kind of just a table, and it's shaped funny, and I don't have enough space for all the stuff. I got to figure it out. I got to get a desk of some sort in here. That's for sure. I figured if I get like an L-shaped one, I can also put my Cricut on it and have space for my Cricut. I could make my own merch. I have a ton of vinyl, you know. All right, let's see if I can do this like this. Share, invite, copy. Let's try it this way. I'm trying to grow our channel to keep it, you know, going. I think it feels like home to all of us, and I would hate to try to cut hours or anything like that. So we're going to try to grow and see how that goes. Why is this not popping up? OMG. Hold on a second. This is why. Okay. Okay. I'm going to send it to both of you and see if this works. All right, let's see. Tell me if it's the right one now. Right? I mean, I do have some already made in the merch store, but I have to like I could lower the cost if I just made them myself. The problem is like, do I have time to make them myself? That's the problem. Definitely make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. It is free to do so. We definitely appreciate when you hit the emojis on the side over there. That little heart thing shows you a couple emojis, and that helps the stream. It pushes it out with the algorithm. And we're trying to grow here, so we'd appreciate those little emojis. We also have our monetization back. Yes, we do have super chats and super stickers and memberships. We are going to do a member only live stream, I think Thursday night. It's to show my appreciation to all of those of you who have become members to support the channel. It's probably about an hour and a half long. And then we have the good old-fashioned ways of supporting the channel, the best ways, the ones that go straight to us instead of through YouTube and don't take a month to get to the host. These ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and then we have a link for those of you who don't have any of those and want to do credit or debit. That will be in the chat. It's also in the description of the video if you need it, and it's also on the description of the channel itself. And some of you prefer the Amazon wish list or the Walmart wish list, and I appreciate that because I love when I get little surprises. These surprises were great, Scorpio. That little thing that you freeze, I was like, that thing is awesome. I was like, what is it? I'm like, it's not yours. It's not for you, girl. It's for mommy. You know, she's used to like once in a while something being sent to her. Freak got her a lip gloss. Someone else, I'm not going to name her, got her this little thing for her Barbies to make like a grocery store. So once in a while something comes for her and she's very excited about it. My little one, she's very excited about it. So I was like, no, girl, this time it's for mommy. It is for mommy. She's a very girly girl. We got our speakers so that I can set up the other screen and take the laptop away. So we got our speakers that match. You did miss it. You missed it. But we did. We got 2 sets because somebody I know was very kind and bought me these because I had put 2 different versions on my wish list and I needed that and a mouse pad. I didn't have a mouse pad for the new mouse. And then Freak got us the pink sound bar for the computer so we'd have sound. We didn't think of that. When we got the new tech to run this stream better, we did not think of sound. You know, we had the screens and then we didn't think like, oh crap, how are we going to do sound? Because the screens don't have sound themselves and it's not a laptop. It's just the screens and the tower. So we didn't think about sound at first or the mouse pad. We kind of space cadetted on that. And I rely on Freak to help me with the tech because he's my tech person. He knows what he's talking about. And I mean, I know enough to set things up, but not as much as he does. That's for sure. And so he helps me when it comes to my tech stuff. Potluck also helps me when it comes to my tech stuff. And I appreciate them both. They're super helpful when it comes to trying to make this stream better. Right? I like to buy pink ones because, Karen Reed, she will not ruin pink for me. I love that you guys always buy me things in pink. I freaking love you guys for that. No matter what shade of pink it is, I love it. Also, sadly, my last floofy pen broke this morning. It broke right up the side, like a little piece hanging on for dear life. So I might have to actually, retire my floofy pens until I can get more Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle pens. Because the last one is dead. The first one died of no ink and This one's on its way out because it is now broken. Can you believe that, B. Tim? The gloves? the gloves? The gloves! It was insane. I'm like, is this guy for cereal right now? Is he for cereal at this moment? I did send you an updated link, B. Tim. StreamYard keeps sending the wrong link if I do it from here, but if I do it from my phone, it sends the right one. So I sent you an updated one for today, in case you want to pop in when you want to pop in, obviously. I don't think they're ever going to show them. I just don't, Ian. And the reason would be them showing them, quote, in context, because they are in context, further, like showing more of it, is worse for her. It's not going to go well for her. And they know that. So I highly doubt they show those. If they do, that is one of the stupidest things they could possibly do. But I mean, hey, they keep doing stupid stuff, right? Oh, I will love you forever. I do need an we have one air conditioner, and then we have one that we had bought. Like, we saved money to buy one, bought one from Walmart.com, and the thing is crap. It didn't even cool down. It was supposed to be 8,500 BTUs, and we get the box and it's 6,000. And
hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about
one big room. So that was a bust. It's more like a fan. So yeah. But I would, yeah. Any ACs, anybody replacing their ACs, I will gladly take your old one. Don't throw it out if it works. The moonwalk, right? Moonwalk back to Karen. Be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Oh my god, if Hank wore purple gloves or pink gloves. Let's say we have pink gloves. I used to buy boxes of pink gloves when I would drill and set pearls into jewelry. I have a pearl drill, and I would buy pink gloves because I like pink. So I used to have a box of pink gloves, and I threw away the rest when we moved, because I was like, what am I probably going to need these for? I keep regular like cleaning gloves for cleaning. So I was like, what am I going to need these for? Like, but he wore them gloves and touched everything on that lectern. He was just touching. I'll never forget when my oldest daughter was born, her father watched the nurse put the gloves on. She put the gloves on, and she was like touching everything in the room, moving the lights, blah, blah, blah. And he was so rude. I'm like, you're so rude. Turned and looked at her, and he goes, you're going to change those gloves before you touch my daughter, right? Because of course, right, she's about to be born, and you're touching everything in the room with the gloves on. Like, that doesn't, so I don't even know. He should have had to change those gloves before he ever touched that sweatshirt. Touched everything. Oh, thank you, Ian. That was really nice of you to send 5 memberships. Let's see who gets them. Shaking the bushes. Carol, Debbie, no misconduct, it's distorted memory, gets one. Key Sardi and Jen receives memberships. Congratulations, you guys. Shaking them bushes a little. Oh, the sticky notes. I've seen her do sticky notes a couple times. I'm like, oh my god, does she not realize what this looks like for her? Like, does she not realize? Does she not get it? Yeah, Discord always has someone around. Why? Because we're all in different time zones. So there's always someone online in our Discord. So if you're up in the middle of the night and you need someone to talk to about this, guess what? Someone's always awake on the Discord. Yes, I absolutely could use one. 100%. Oh, thank you, Ren. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, my friend. It's early. We get the first donation early today. If I can get to it, I'll read it. My phone seems to be not wanting to operate today. I mean, all the yelling and screaming is just so unnecessary. Oh, thank you, Ren. She sends 20 and says, for love you and all you're doing. For love you too. Thank you, Debbie. I did. Hold on. What time is it? It's past. No, it's not 9. I was going to say it's past 9. No, it's not. Hold on a second. Incoming information. Hold on. They should be arguing a motion any second. I mean, We know Bev doesn't like to be on time. But thank you, Ren. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm getting messages from other people. I'm getting incoming information from people. This is my daily life, guys. If you think life is hectic, like I feel like I don't have a minute. Like I'm trying to answer this text from my friend Debbie, and at the same time thank Ren, and at another time answer another text message from another friend of mine. Then I have a DM of incoming information. It's a never-ending loop. That's why I tell you, if you message me, I promise you I will get back to you. It might take me a couple hours, but I always answer. I do always answer. Thank you again, Ian, for the memberships. We appreciate you, my friend. Oh my gosh. Agent 99, I spent probably 2.5 hours looking for something decently cheap. They want like over $200 for an air conditioner right now that will cool it. Because I mean, if you're looking at anything that's actually going to cool any decent size room, it's probably going to have to be at least 6,000 BTUs. Otherwise, it's kind of a bust. So I'm looking, and the only ones that were like a little cheaper was the version that we had already bought, the stand-up one that you put the thing in the window, and that was a bust. So obviously, we weren't going to try to save for that. But yes, they are. Woof, woof. Master criminal. I mean, did anybody see Alessi outside taking pictures with the FKR people? He was like, "I will stand here with you, and I will fight. Be right at dawn." You know what I'm saying? Like, what in the hell? I got you. I got this. We got a couple. We have a couple mods in here right now, so we got this. We got this. We got this. How many salad bars? I think it was 9 salad bars yesterday total. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 9 tossed salads. 9 tossed salads to the sidebar. It was 9. I never make it to 11 anymore. We used to go over 11 to like 13 and 14, and now we're like right under 11, but I'm sorry, it's absurd. Anywhere between 7 and 14 sidebars a day in a trial. I mean, we're on day 30. Day 30, okay? So even that off to like 8 sidebars a day for 30 days. What's the number you get? Someone do the math. I don't have a calculator right now, but do the math. Like, I always predict 11, so we all know I'm guessing 11. We should probably get our guesses in now. So guess your sidebar guesses now. I'm guessing 11 because I always guessed 11. And the one day that I didn't guess 11, it was 11. Oh, God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. You limbering up at the sidebar? Limbo, 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 limbo. I hokey pokeyed the other day. Does that count? I wish. Central AC. Oof. I mean, it's like in Florida, always. Everyone has central. It's not the way it is here in Massachusetts. A lot of people from down south they ask. They're like, wait a second, you guys don't have central AC? I'm like, sadly, no. Sadly, no, we do not. I also think this is probably her last free weekend. We might get. Well, all right. So yesterday, this is what happened. Last year, they were a little over 100, Alicia. I could find one a little over 100 last year, like 120 for an air conditioner. A little over 100, so like 120, I could find a 6,000 BT. Now it's double that. But anyway, I do think it's her last free weekend. But so Jackson said he would need 3 or 4 hours with Dr. Wrenchler. Hank was like, I need an hour. Need a half hour with Dr. Loposada, an hour with Dr. Wrenchler, and then his rebuttal witnesses, I think he said a day, like if it was to do a whole back. So we're looking at probably around Friday-ish, Thursday, Friday, where they could start deliberating. So this could be her last free weekend, or last weekend could be. She had, I know, I asked her the same thing. I said, wait, Jesse, do you have your membership switched on so you can receive one? Because if you don't switch on your thing in YouTube, your settings to receive a gifted membership, then you won't get one. You have to make sure that your settings are set to be allowed to receive one. Just so everyone knows. You did win yesterday with the 9. I think there was 2 of you that guessed 9. 9 is a good guess. 9 has won quite a few times. Oh, Navin, guess what? It happens to me every day on my own stream. I'm like typing things and YouTube's like, nope, we're not accepting that comment. Nope, we're not accepting that comment. I'm like, it's my stream. Like, it's my stream. Just type it out again and put spaces in between a word. Sometimes there's like trigger words that are phrases that YouTube like kicks out that it doesn't want you to say. I just like put spaces in between it or something like that. Karen's last drinking weekend didn't happen because the jury came back quickly on Friday. Oh, that would be great. That would be amazing. That's the thing. We all know they've been getting annoyed, you know? Morning, Whitney. We all know that the jury's been getting annoyed for a long while now. I mean, it's been clear. It's been really clear that they're annoyed. So why keep giving days off? Then she said, I'm in the position to get, what'd she say? I'm in a position to have not to be basically to say that she regretted giving them last Thursday. Why did you give them Thursday? For what reason? For what reason? Well, I have the heat thing, the pump that goes from the back of the air conditioner out the window and pumps all the hot air out, but it just still works like crap, unfortunately. They might rest today. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. Morning, Laura. I wish I had central air. Yeah, see, that's the other problem. I've been looking at stuff like that, but I don't drive, so how am I gonna get there? That's the other issue. All the wasted time with all the sidebars. You know, I've seen a lot of judges in a lot of cases, and she could easily, just as easy as she makes them go to sidebar, say no. Say, nope, we've already debated this. Your objection is noted. Please move on. And no matter how much she bitches and whines and cries, she can say no. This issue has been decided. She does not have to keep giving endless sidebars. I've never seen a judge do that. Ever. Ever. Well, that's the other thing. We had tariffs that are, that's what mine is. A single, well, it has 2 hoses, one for the, water to go out and one for the hot air. Well, remember now, right? There was never any witnesses putting John in that house, ever. Ever. So Jackson told there's an eyewitness. We knew that was BS the second he said it. Oh, yeah, don't. Yep. Don't check. Believe me, they're way up there. I do. I think it'll be, I don't know if we'll get a conviction by Friday, but I think they should be deliberating by Friday. And if they start deliberating Friday morning, we could get a conviction by Friday afternoon. Absolutely, 100% we could. It would be so sweet. It would be so freaking sweet, freak. You know? Oh, it sucks. See, that's why I always give things away. And people are like, you should just sell them. You're low income. Sell them. Make some money off them. And to me, it's like, but if I can't afford to buy something like that, there's plenty of people who can't afford to buy something like that they really need. So I would rather give it to someone who would really need it than have somebody pay me money for it. Because the right thing to do is just pass it along. It takes a village. It takes a village. Everybody should be lending a hand to one another, and even if that's a stranger. And so if by me giving away something I no longer need that could be expensive for someone to buy helps them, I'm in. Let's do it. Yeah, if you need help changing the settings how to receive a gifted membership, let us know. We'll definitely help you so that you can receive gifted memberships. Yeah, they've been pissed, She definitely said to them yesterday, like, they're annoyed, but you can tell they're annoyed. could tell for a while they've been annoyed. But do you know who they started getting annoyed with? Alessi and his endless questioning of nonsensical BS that made no sense. And you know what, Ren? I might use your donation from this morning to order myself a coffee, because I don't know if I can do all the huffing and the puffing and the, stuff today without a coffee. I don't know if that'll be plausible or possible. Oh, we have another one. That's so nice. Oh, Agent 99, thank you. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, she acts annoyed, but it's like you have wasted so much of everyone else's time as well, lady. You know? Like you're wasting all of our time, and she fails to realize also the family has been through an entire trial already. You know? I think probably a day or two. A day or two would seem about right to me, Jennifer. A day or two. Yeah, that was a weird comment about last Thursday. It was just strange. I still think it was a friend of mine that pointed out they should use John's handcuffs. Put those damn cuffs on her. Put John's handcuffs on her. You know? Take her right out in that perp walk. Alicia's right. Take her on the perp walk. Yeah, this whole I'm ahead of schedule crap, I haven't been buying it since she said it the first time. But remember, last trial, when all those jurors were being dismissed, she kept saying, for personal reasons, for personal reasons. We obviously know that's not true. It was not personal reasons. It was one of them was drunk in a bar screaming about how she's going to FKR. Like, so, it concerns me that they're frustrated, but at the same time, I know where the frustration started, at least. And that was more with Alessi and Jackson's tone, is where they started getting aggravated, you know? Yeah, Jesse tried to see if any of them worked. They didn't work. Otherwise, she was going to pass me one along as well. No, the jury's starting at 9:30. We're not starting at 9:30. The jury is, because they're going to argue this thing this morning at 9. So that's why they're not starting. The jury's not going to be there till 9:30, but we will. We will still be here. Yeah, I do think everyone is over Alessi, and I think they're over Jackson's BS too. Camera's moving, so I'm going to unmute it, by the way, too. I muted it because that guy from Law and Crime, his voice goes right through me. 12 hours is a good guess, Smitty Lee. Listen, coffee is like a thing that you have to have, okay? I don't ask for a lot in this life. I really don't. I don't buy myself clothes. I don't buy myself sneakers. Obviously, the kids get all that, and there's not usually much left over in the ways of me getting myself, speaking of which, I own like one pair of shorts. I probably should get myself a pair of shorts. Nonetheless, the one thing that I do like to have for myself is my coffee. I don't think that's too much to ask. As a mom, I like my coffee. It is how I function. She got Person of the Year. She did. That's a good question. I mean, I think that they thought this case was a difficult case, that she's put up with a lot of bullshit. And I'm not saying that she hasn't. She has. She absolutely has. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that I've never seen a judge do before, and she has no control over that courtroom. None. None at all. Yeah, I don't think she started at 9 once either. I think you're right about that. Her noticing the jury is done is either really good or really bad. Well, I think she noticed the jury was done a while ago. It's that they're probably more antsy now. And again, it kind of came with Alessi and his endless questioning of things that don't even make sense. To where they started to get the first frustration came with Jackson's tone and the way he spoke to every single witness. And then you started to see a little frustration in how long it took Alessi. People were starting to fall asleep, rub their eyes. And so I think they just want the defense to be done with their part of the case, because it seems they perk right up when Hank's doing the questioning. So that leads me to believe that it's, and this is coming from people in the courtroom, leads me to believe that it's the defense they're done with, That dismissal was so obnoxious. And you're right, she hasn't started at 9, not once. How many dismissals are we going to go for? How freaking many? Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes you just can't. And kind of trying to carry 5 of those air conditioners, my friend, probably would have been too much. It would have been too much for me. I wouldn't have been able to do it, carry 5 of them like that. No way. They're heavy, you know? I think they'll be done. I think they're ready to go. And like the judge, she kind of alluded to the fact that they're ready to have this case over with, which means when they get into that jury deliberation room, I don't think they're going to take a long time to come to some conclusion on this. You know what I mean? And that also means that if they're kind of done and they want to get in there, means they're not really caring what the defense has to say at this point. Remember that. If they're done and they're antsy to get into that deliberation room, that means that whatever the defense is putting out, they're not picking up. You know? That's what it says to me. I mean, I think we all laughed with the gloves. He said some absurd, ridiculous nonsense. I freaking had to laugh. I had to laugh. He gave me a good chuckle. Thanks, Alessi, for that chuckle. I mean, it's all theatrics. We knew that they were going to do it. You know? They knew. The only change I want Hank to make is that once he's made a point, move on from it. He kind of lingers on one question too much. Well, you want to make the point. You want to move on from it, but you also want to repeat it if you can. Not too many times like Alessi, 7,500 times, but you do want to try to like circle back to it so that that's something that doesn't get lost for the jury. You know, if you only say it once, it may not stick out. Say it 2 or 3 times, they get the point. Alessi goes for a good 10 or more. Right? I mean, hey, what was he boxing? A squirrel? Was it the squirrel on Jackson's face? Uh, I don't think they will have any reasonable doubt, in my opinion. I don't see any reasonable doubt at all. Yeah, giving her a day off was absurd. So I've never seen anything like that. You should be in a hospital if you can't show up. Most of the time, they'll wheel you in a wheelchair. We have literally brought people from the jail I worked at, from the HSU or, you know, clinical unit, the hospital wing of the prison, to their court cases in a wheelchair because they have to appear. So, I mean, she walks in the next day perfectly fine. Me too. Anytime I can help, I do. You know, anytime I can. You are right. It's us that has to help each other, Agent 99. And that's why I try to do what I can. I might not be able to help people monetarily, but with items that I no longer use or I can split, you know, I will. Right? That's usually how I am in the morning, which is like, don't talk to me before I have my coffee. I don't like anyone before I have coffee. That's it's usually, if you ask my husband what happens before coffee, he's going to tell you I don't usually like anyone. Everybody get away from me. uh It well, we have isn't it Jackson, right, on Cross, or is it Alessi on I mean, on Direct? On Direct, it's Jackson. But so who's doing Wrenchler? I think it's Jackson still. I think wasn't it Jackson or was it Alessi that's doing Wrenchler? Does anybody know? I can't remember what they said yesterday. I think she said she wanted to be done by 9:15, 9:20 with the arguments. That's what I heard her say, that she wanted the arguments to be done by then. So, are they arguing it now and they're just not telling us? I don't know. You know? Doesn't anymore. You have a lot of pieces of evidence now, you know, maybe they could have went with reasonable doubt in the beginning. I just don't see it there for them anymore, you know? For the defense, they've completely boxed out any reasonable doubt there would have been. Yeah, they want this case. They're ready to deliberate. Of course, JMS, you do what you need to do, my friend. And tell your mom we said hi. Do you tell your mom about us? Do you tell your mom that we all ask about her? Tell her that we said hi. Hi, JMS's mom. It could go both ways, but I do believe that if they're ready to make a decision on this, then they kind of already know where they're gonna go, you know? I mean, that and Jackson, they both look like they've aged quite a bit from the last trial. We said that at the beginning of the trial. They both looked, I mean, that could probably be stress, you know? Boxing his crap up when his wife kicks him out of the house again. You know, he's going to have to be good at boxing stuff up. Laurie Val, yeah. I mean, if you look at, she was in a wheelchair. There was a lot of people that were brought in wheelchairs. Lindsay Clancy had to appear via Zoom her bed from the hospital because she's paralyzed. So yeah, they made such a point about starting on time, and here we are, right? Right? Rest your defense then. If you're so confident, just rest. You have nothing to prove, right? So keep saying. Yes, exactly. Like I just said, Lindsay Clancy, yeah, she was in her hospital bed. She had to go, you know what I mean? She had to show up, even if it was Zoom, but via her hospital bed, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one too. Yep, he showed up in a wheelchair, you know? Karen Reed's mouth is going to sink her every time. Also, her behaviors, her control. She has a very serious control issue. Yeah, Randy was probably enough for them. They were probably like, hey, yeah, that taillight smashed by an arm. So we're done now. Thanks. You know? I mean, Dr. Loposada was talking about how alcohol affects the brain. But then she also tried, I have one of the things she talked about yesterday, which is called myocarditis. So it's inflammation of your heart. And I got a big bout of inflammation in my entire body after I got COVID. Now I have tinnitus, which I did not have before, which is like an inflammation in your ear. It makes your ear ring. And so I hear constant ringing in one of my ears. I have 2 kinds of arthritis, fibromyalgia, the myocarditis, along with a slew of other health issues that I did not previously have to having COVID. So, and that was back in 2021. I got the first strain way back in 2021. And ever since then, I have had a lot of health issues that I did not have before. The biggest one, of course, being my heart, which is scary. It's scary. I'll tell you that much. I actually felt a couple of times like I was having a heart attack, and it was actually just part of my fibromyalgia, and I would get like pains that would shoot all around my chest, like boop, 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 and then go up into my arm and shoulder. And so that feels like a heart attack or a stroke. Like that's what you think it is, because your brain goes, okay, it's your chest, your chest hurts. And it actually was the myocarditis coupled with the fibromyalgia and arthritis. And I had to go to the hospital a couple times because I'd rather be safe than sorry. Thank you very much. You know, she did make a point. Did you guys miss that? She made the point about how long Jackson took on the CV part for Dr. Loposada.
You are unmuted.
The update was they only did 2 hours in his hearing, and that we send all of our love to Lindsay, obviously. She is a very good friend of mine, and she will always have her back, no matter what. And that
So I
as a
received a couple
community,
motions a little
have her
while
back.
ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry.
Good morning.
And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here?
I do think Jackson will do the closing. I'd age that control, that amount of control
All
that
right.
she needs to
So
have.
the order I'd like to do is,
I don't think Alessi
Mr.
will
Jackson,
do the closing.
yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. Loposada.
Yeah. Hoping they just come over and get him.
All right. Can
he
I
can run
just,
over to it real quick
are you
come
all in
back.
agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
Bingo, Agent 99. Bingo.
At this juncture, until we're further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites.
Yeah.
Claws, dogs in tissue, that information.
I don't know. Maybe she has COPD. That could be it. Could be COPD.
For instance, the ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis. Bruise.
Copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the Lewis machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday.
Speak up.
All right. So I need to know, just for instructions to the jury, about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3. Yes.
That's going to be intend to show that. That shows.
It is
So
horrible.
what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop
Distracting.
the center that shows what appears to be blood cells or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into. Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction. So I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in
Exactly,
evidence. I
Stella.
don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and
Exactly.
forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually in evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence. That was
okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence as.
All right, they've already
These are-
seen it, so it's
Correct.
less likely to have an impact on them
Adverse
for
effect.
purposes of the gruesome photographs. But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct. That's
Ew.
already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right?
Yeah, you made
So
someone
those
sick
are in.
with that.
So are you using them again?
I'm going to use it again comparatively and probably size.
Yeah, I agree with you,
Okay.
J-Rock. It shouldn't matter.
All right,
If you're
I don't
on a
have
jury
problem
for a
with that.
murder
Does the
trial,
Commonwealth?
you might see gruesome stuff. You might need
Okay.
to. I would want
All right.
I want to see it to be able to make a decision based
Those are the
on
ones I was concerned
looking
about for purposes
at
of an
the
instruction.
details that
If
someone else
there's
might have missed.
objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay.
The
All
pics
right,
that are trying to sneak in are
so
not ones that are needed.
With
They're not
that,
necessary.
that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr.
Please.
Russell to allow Dr. Loposada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read
No.
that.
Correct.
No.
Let me hear all that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Oh my God. They're not. She's not going to talk about bite wounds, bro.
I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents with the Court Commission. One is Dr. Loposada's entire report, and the second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CD. if that's
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Loposada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably
guys have been
remember
doing
that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I
this
expressed
entire
grave
time.
concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we
So?
shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to
Oh,
call
please.
witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper.
No, it's not. It's a legal tactic, sir.
After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last
No,
night,
please.
we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Loposada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Loposada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Loposada's opinions, implying that Dr. Loposada had opinions about the dog bites.
So
She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Loposada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Loposada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked
it actually wasn't
and
relating to
elicited
dog bites, by the way.
by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question: did the defense
This is all for the
Dr.
cameras,
Russell,
by the way. All.
give you any reports by Dr. Loposada related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
And the transcript?
Yes.
Yes, he did ask that because she's an ME and Dr. Russell's a joke.
Oh, I see it.
This has nothing to do with a motion. This is not a motion to
Okay.
reconsider. This is him bitching about the Commonwealth. Like it's a motion to reconsider, hidden
I'll just,
to use it to bitch about the Commonwealth and grandstand for the cult. That's all
I'll
this
just read
is.
it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan: have you ever heard of a doctor named Loposada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to
So,
read it into the record, Your Honor.
it's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
Yep. Yes, it is just a
Colloquy between
complaint.
between Dr.
Session.
Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog
Me
bite
either.
wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Loposada had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from
Hey,
Dr.
Francesca.
Loposada related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Loposada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no,
Oh,
I was
please.
never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court
You guys are
knows,
shady.
that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et
You
cetera, and
destroyed
be
your own
accused of
case,
doing
Rob.
so. So of
Come on,
course we
stop
didn't
it.
provide a report from Dr. Loposada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was
No,
then
Dr. Russell made it
extracted
clear.
from the witness
Dog bites
stand,
didn't kill
and
him.
the jurors heard all of that.
So
So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days
they
later,
did.
3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. Loposada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression.
Oh, please.
They used it tactically as a sword and a shield. And that's burden
You guys have been
shifting.
doing that.
That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Loposada was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts,
We're about to find
number
out
four,
that that's not true. So
and
it
the
doesn't
reason
matter.
she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Loposada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable
I'm gonna order it.
interpretation
Keep getting-
of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Loposada and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question.
No,
We
I
know
haven't.
they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog
They've
bites.
not gotten
They
my
hid
copy
the
yet, no.
report from Dr. Russell because they
Keep
didn't
getting
want her to
distracted.
know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. Loposada on the stand.
Oh, please.
Her credentials are
Stupid.
peerless.
No, they're not.
Absolutely
She's run out of her
peerless.
job, bro. Are
They've
you
got
serious?
possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the
False.
country, certainly on
False.
the Eastern Seaboard.
False.
Right in front of them, about 6 feet away,
The
and the
laziest
defense
guess.
is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning
Wait.
dog bites when
Where were
she
you guys
reviewed
bounced
the
from?
entire autopsy. How is the jury
What?
going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is if Dr. Loposada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's
Oh,
because whatever
God.
Dr. Loposada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question.
Oh,
So the
please.
Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask
Wham!
Dr. Russell about
They did a better
Dr.
case than me.
Loposada
Wham!
and imply that Dr.
Wham!
Loposada had opinions about dog bite wounds.
You've
And then
implied a
they
lot,
have it the other
buddy.
way, which is let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Loposada from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in
please.
front of Dr. Russell.
Oh, please.
That cannot stand. That issue
But it
ensures,
will.
it
But it
reasonably
will.
ensures that the jury will misrepresent
grandstand.
or misunderstand
Please.
the
They'll
import
find out.
of
through her
why we're not
testimony.
asking Dr. Loposada about her expert opinion,
Stop it.
especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds.
He's wasting a lot of time for nothing.
For just a second,
No.
and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial.
Here's a fair trial. You
Regarding
just haven't
Dr.
done a good
Loposada's
job.
credentials,
Sorry.
we went back through,
Whining. Wah.
specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume.
Wah.
There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition.
Oh
On
my
page
God.
7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was
No.
in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case.
No, she didn't.
Or in that
Stop
course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University
This is all
School
for
of
the
Medicine.
cult, y'all.
Taught about dog bites.
Denied. Let's move
Staying
on.
with page 7. Forensic pathology, course director in pathology. Course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas
No.
Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter
rolled
in
on it already and said
1989.
no.
She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. Loposada on the issue of dog
Tell
bites
you
to other
anything
medical
she
professionals.
taught about dog bites, so stop it.
The one that stands out, however,
Apparently,
I'm not
doesn't
gonna
lie
go
this
through
close
the
to his
other
wife.
9 or 10 or 11. The one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name
A
of the
motion
course,
to reconsider.
Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified.
No, she
I will
isn't.
leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert. And that's exactly what Dr. Loposada testified yesterday
not.
she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions.
Because it is dodgy as
Going back
F.
to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but
she's
Your
not.
Honor, this cannot stand. The
It will.
Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They
They
cannot
are.
walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. Loposada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that
That's
is
not
something
the
that is
impression.
her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When
You're
in
the only
truth
one
and in
making
fact,
that assertion, sir.
it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Loposada's opinion has never wavered. Those
Stop
injuries
it.
on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period,
No.
full stop.
No.
Anything less than presenting that to the
Nope,
jury
nope,
at this
nope.
point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's
You're
entitled
a
to
fraud
better.
on that jury.
She's entitled to the evidence.
And Miss Reed's a fraud upon that jury
All right, thank you.
by lying. He's using it as a cover to bang his fists and bitch about the Commonwealth to try to get his way. Guarantee Hank calls him out on it. Come on, Hank. Good
The
morning,
pattern
Alma.
of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court
Mhm.
rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility.
Correct.
They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And
Correct.
they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay.
Yep.
Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility.
He'll be screwed
Dr.
with
Russell promoted herself
Judge.
not only as an expert,
Mhm.
but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise
Yep.
to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Loposada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Loposada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Loposada. She denied it. And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions.
La tostada.
And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Loposada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. Loposada was voir dired briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis. And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Come on, dude. Enough with the whining and the this can't stand.
Mr. Brennan
Rah, rah.
literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said.
God.
That is not
Excuse
what I-
me.
no,
That is not what he
So-
said.
That's not what I said.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Loposada? Those
So?
were his words.
So
Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question
Not
by
what he
Mr.
said.
Brennan.
not what he
Were you
said at
ever
all.
told what other people's opinions might
We
be
did
regarding those
Just talk about
photographs?
Dr. Sheridan. You
That's
fucking
the
idiot.
question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific
Question?
question. She didn't
Yeah,
just
and she
elicit
answered it.
that. She didn't
She-
volunteer it.
She did
She said
volunteer it.
because
She
he asked
answered
her.
it that way.
And that was all by
What the
design.
fuck are you talking about?
The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr.
Hank's gonna want to
Loposada
get up there
was
and
opinion
record the
of Dr.
record.
Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way,
You know,
the defense should be disallowed from using Dr.
disallowed.
Loposada.
You are disallowed. Shut the hell up. Sit down.
That I asked Dr. Russell about. That
Take several
cannot
seats.
stand as a story.
Take several seats. It is going to stand.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create an error. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this and we'll get started right away with Dr. Loposada.
All right, the court, please.
She's not going to give this to them. It's just so stupid for them to sit there and bang their fists once again. This cannot be allowed. This cannot stand. All the words that they want to feed their cult to make it seem like it's something so very serious and Hank did something he wasn't supposed to. That's not the case at all. Not even close. It's absurd. Absolutely freaking absurd. Like, let's get real here. The desperation is showing. It is astounding. You know? I mean, hey. What pisses me off the most is Hank's like, this is nonsensical. Like, this is nonsensical. This is the stuff that they've been doing this entire time. They are that desperate at this point. They need to keep banging their fists. You, defense, did a shit job on your case. You. A shit job. You came up with a conspiracy theory that has no basis in reality. Does not fit the evidence and has zero basis in reality. Jasmine, you mean Hank? Yes, Hank, because Alan Jackson is an idiot. He knows he's losing this and therefore needs to sit and scream and yell and bang his fists like a toddler. He's whining. That's what he's doing. Where, Your Honor, they can't be allowed to have it both ways. Well, they can because they made a legal maneuver. Also, your quote expert, your ME, is not qualified to talk about dog bites, nor was Marie Russell in anyone's opinion except Marie Russell's. She is a legend in her own mind. A literal legend in her own mind. I mean, come on now. Dr. Loposada couldn't tell you anything about anything that has to do with dog bites, other than, Your Honor, I can't remember what class I taught or when. Well, it's in my boards. It's in the textbook. Well, I mean, it's in the textbook where? Dr. Russell couldn't point to it, and she's an expert, right? In dog bites? Interesting. Just Pee Wee Herman. Afternoon, Trish. She doesn't need 10 minutes. I don't know, the appearance of making it look like she's actually going to change her ruling at some, I mean, she's not. She's not. Let's get real here. It's a motion to reconsider. It's not going to be reconsidered. She's not going to be allowed to talk about dog bites. She has no actual expertise in dog bites, nor does Dr. Russell. Let's get real here. Let's get real. Yeah, she's gonna, pull out something, cite some case, call it a day. Like, well, that's why it's a motion to reconsider, because it's already been argued. But the funny part about it is he used it as a sneaky way to just bitch about the Commonwealth. Well, the Commonwealth did this and the Commonwealth did that, and we don't have to call any witnesses. Then don't. We shouldn't be in a position where we have to call them. It's called lawyering, sir. You're just not winning that part. You're not winning the lawyering part. You're really, just falling flat on your face when it comes to the lawyering part. That's what's happening. And Jackson is not apparently used to falling on his face when it comes to lawyering. So he's very upset that he is not the one being outmaneuvered. Oh, poor Jasmine, you guys. Poor Jasmine. She doesn't realize she's been living in Delulu land for however many years she's been following this case. You poor thing. You might want to seek some help immediately, darling. Because if you really believe in some vast conspiracy theory that has not a single shred of evidence to back it up, and you really don't think that Karen hit John O'Keefe, then you really haven't been paying attention. And you've been living in an echo chamber world of Sewer Turtle versus the DUI guy and all the grifting lawyers that keep lying to their audiences. Shame on them. Shame on them. I know I can go to sleep just fine and look myself in the mirror. They know what they're doing. They know that they're giving bogus legal takes for clicks and dollars. Shame on them. Shame on them. Gladys, where did you and Jay get bounced from? I'm like, who the hell would bounce you guys? I mean, unless it was an FKR channel, just saying. I'd be pissed, wouldn't you, Stella? To start this late? Uh-oh.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. Loposada to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So.
Wah, wah, wah. It's outrageous. Shut up. Nobody cares what you think. Duly noted. Sit down. He's literally whining he didn't get his own way. I've never seen anything like this.
Look at the arm. It's consistent with an animal.
It's not.
At least split the baby.
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I hope to have the cross-examiner, because if you want to allow consistent opinion with the dog.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
That's the same thing as saying dog.
I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No, it will not.
Why is that?
No.
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite. Brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said,
That's
as long as she
improper.
testifies that
If he
she
bitches and
has
whines
seen
enough, he'll get
animal
what he
bites
wants.
over the
I mean,
years.
come on.
That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past
Me too.
the break without this anyway. I may have left it in the.
They don't need a break.
I left
They've
it
had a
in my
break all
office
morning, Your
anyway.
Honor.
So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this. All right, Paul, I'm just going to.
All rise, please.
I mean, come on. They know they're losing. They know. Yeah, pounding the table, whining, bitching, you know, the usual. Oh, I whacked that troll so quick. You know what's funny is the troll said something along the lines of like trying to say like, oh, does Twisted know that Jesse reports right back to Turtle Boy? And it's like, does the troll know there's nothing to report? Like when they say such absurd, ridiculous things, do they realize that like there's nothing to report? So just saying that, like now I know you're just a liar. Like they try to stir up trouble. That's what they try to do. It's like there's nothing to report. What exactly would be quote reported? They say the most absurd, ridiculous shit and expect that it's going to like cause some sort of ruckus or cause a fight, or they clearly don't know me that well. Clearly. Oh, there might be an echo. Yeah, I unmuted myself. That's why. Exactly it. He is angry that he is not out lawyering someone else. You know? I didn't see that yet. I have to go back and look. I got busy yesterday and didn't have a chance. I think they have. Right? Go see Dr. Russell. Maybe she can help you out. Oh, stop streaming. Got it. Got it. Well, yesterday we all got bounced. We literally all got bounced. StreamYard shut us everybody down apparently, you know. Oh yeah, they definitely gave up on the Higgins thing because they can't do third-party culprit. That's why. They cannot do third-party culprit. It was ruled against. They can't. Exactly. They wouldn't be on YouTube all the time. And most of them don't practice anymore. Let's throw that out there. Most of them do not practice law. They might be lawyers, but they don't practice law. Most of them are civil lawyers. Most of them have never stepped foot in a criminal courtroom, have never done a trial, have no friggin' idea what they're talking about. Well, yeah, he just wants to sit there and bitch and whine until the cows come home. Oh, yeah. We all went dark. It was all of us. Mine went dark too. I just restarted. I just had to shut the old one down and restart. Heels is always watching. She's always watching us. I know that she must be in my ear screaming, Jackson, shut the fuck up. She allowed them to say one sentence, which once again shows she has no control over a courtroom. Should have just said, no, that is my ruling. Sit down, Mr. Jackson. Your objection is noted. You know, he knows it's a sinking ship. You can allow her to say anything you want about a sentence about, oh, it's consistent with animal bites. Everyone on planet Earth who's watching it, including the jury, knows that that's not the case. They literally just watched a dummy arm break that taillight. Just saying. She's allowing one sentence for Dr. Loposada to say that they could be consistent with an animal, not a dog, an animal bite. That's it. She's not allowed to say anything else. That one sentence, and that is it. We do have a lot of really smart people, a lot of people with a lot of life experience, all walks of life. I love it. And it's a safe space. You are a great addition. So is Jay. We're growing. We love seeing new names, at least that aren't, you know, insulting trolls. Those just get whacked. Whack a troll. You know, she just goes to show that if you bitch enough in her courtroom and you grandstand enough and complain and cry, that she might give you a bed crumb.
You are unmuted.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I mean, remember the first trial, they didn't believe in the dog bites. But that's okay. You can do that. The first trial, they didn't believe the dog bites and it was way more extensive. So if you think that they believe them now, you're in Delulu land, you know? We do, but as soon as they start doing things that they know are going to get them whacked out, I just whack them. They can't limit themselves. They have to insult or say things they know. Like if you come in here and you start insulting the Alberts and the McCabe's by calling them McAlberts, or the first thing you come in here and say is free Karen Reed, you're an instant bounce. I'm not going to put up with it. It's trolling behavior.
Your attendance and you shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
such a stupid thing to say.
Good morning,
Like,
Judge.
good. There's nothing to report.
Thank you for your patience this morning. I know we brought you in late, and maybe should have brought you in a little bit later, but we've been working in an effort to sort of streamline things for you. So I do.
Oh, yeah,
have
that's what
those
it was
questions
for.
I have to ask you. Is
That was to
everyone able
streamline.
to follow my instructions? and
No,
refrain from
that was the defense
discussing this
bitching
case
and
with anyone
whining.
Since we left yesterday.
Come on
Everyone
now.
said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Exactly,
into
Francesca.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I also don't believe
Did
that the jury
anyone
doesn't
happen
look.
to
I'm
see,
sorry.
hear, or read anything
Right,
about
pig
this
bites?
case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right,
Not
can we
able
have
to do it.
Dr. Loposada back, please.
And Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Loposada. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. You see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance. So the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoon-eyed discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please? I want to draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Okay. Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at say 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If in fact a person were hit at say 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. we talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. And the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation. And that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Rich, get a life, bro.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you
Yeah.
recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy
no.
photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what does
All
the
right.
portion
nice
of
to
the
hear
brain
from
are you
you.
looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up
Alrighty.
under the brain, and it
Right.
shows a cross section of the brain stem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages,
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T, with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Carrot over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of that document is next in order subject to the appropriate actions.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
There is no personal chats, Richie troll there, bub. Sorry, you
Your Honor,
caught
with
yourself
permission,
trolling, considering there are
redemption,
none, and my
may I
Discord's
present
public.
the-
You
Not yet.
absolute fucking
1
idiot.
minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a closed-up version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right. Is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
And the arrows point to that on there.
So this is gonna be the next exhibit,
That'll be it.
exhibit 225. Mark.
Thank you.
Is this the-
The other one will be for identification, the
Thank-
first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID.
Just a troll, once again, trying to cause a problem, trying to say that Jesse shares personal chats. Too bad there are none. Those don't exist. So you can't share something that doesn't exist. Therefore, telling on yourself as a troll, probably the same troll that I whacked yesterday. They spent the time to make alt accounts, which tells me everything I need to know about them. That it's either the turtle himself or his inner circle of middle-aged psychopaths that are obsessed with me and have no life. Time to get a life, folks. Time to get a life. When you rat yourself out, when you're trolling,
Okay, you can display it
it's
now.
kind of
Thank you, Your
funny.
Honor. Well, do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is
You're
that?
a mod. They
Excuse me,
assume
that's
that we
a
like hang out.
cross-section across the brainstem
They
of
share
Mr.
secrets.
O'Keefe. And it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed. And that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
If you
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it, could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the
Freak.
swelling?
Okay,
Can you
so-
put the
ooh,
Discord
okay.
link in the chat for Jay? Freak.
Is that
The
going on
Discord's
the?
public. So
It is, it's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
to see.
Oh, that's okay. So
Yeah.
this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation. How
Yes.
quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, sure. This may be one of the photographs as well. Right. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. Loposada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks. And then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern? And there's two things we're looking at: the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah. So what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin. But that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Loposada. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did
Yes.
you see the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you, what did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So
You don't know that.
I'm going to strike the second part of that.
You cannot opine on that.
Specifically.
You
Okay,
don't
I'll try,
know.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
From pictures?
No, there
Come
was
on,
nothing
lady.
there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass?
Wasn't
let's
flat.
assume
It
that the
wasn't just grass.
was very cold and very hard. The dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you
Exactly,
say that?
J-Rock. That's my
because
problem with
if
it.
you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be
Wanna hug
more
her.
like a star, because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin.
Yeah, I'm not changing my
You
opinion
would
based on
tend to,
chat.
if you fell back
I love you
on
guys, but
grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
do you know what was under him? Were you there?
Do you have any
Oh,
training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Here we
Oh,
go
yes.
with the
Have you conducted
nonsense.
autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
Oh, 100 or more. And then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the
Didn't
same
supervise shit.
death from
Let's
decrease
make
in
that
body
clear.
temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
Go ahead. Say
At
more
least
than
100.
5. Oh, 100. Come on,
Have you
lady.
ever reviewed peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, well, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis? As
You're
it
allowed to
relates
change your mind,
potential
Jesse.
for hypothermia?
You're
Yes, I
allowed.
did.
They just don't like
Describe
it
before
when
we get
people
into
do.
your findings or your conclusions and opinions.
So
What is
desperate.
inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis.
Being a quack.
In
Got
other
it.
words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways.
Not
and
you bring
either
them. They
rule
bring
them in or
themselves,
rule
Jesse.
them out as being responsible to causing
You are
that
not
finding.
responsible for them. They
Did
bring
you
themselves.
note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case,
She did put that on the death certificate,
along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury as
Yes,
a cause of
Miss-
death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
Oh, you saw the
What led
body?
you to that conclusion?
Oh, but she did.
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It
You're
can
not bringing them.
get down while you're alive,
Thank you,
or
Ren.
a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
Oh, I've had so many misdiagnoses before I got my real diagnosis. My daughter as well with her rare disease. She's had a lot of misdiagnoses.
Yes,
You need some water?
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining
Last
of the
night,
stomach. So
I
the
bet.
stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
No. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, the Emmy that did the autopsy isn't right, but you are, lady, by picture? Yeah, sure. Sure. No, we wouldn't have. She would have got the 18 months she was offered and probably been out in 9.
Permission to display.
Oh, she has no idea what she's in for. Yeah, Hank's first question was the last time
Is
you
this,
actually saw a
a
patient.
representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
2005?
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature. And this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the
was
normal
forced out.
appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Rich, give it up, my friend. Give it up. I don't drink. I drink like
see
5
the
times a
photograph on the
year,
right?
so
Yes.
What
no.
is that of?
Nor do I
This
even
is
know what that
the,
is.
Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up, and we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen when you open the stomach.
Making
At
100 fake
autopsy,
accounts.
You can see some
Nonsense. It's fucking
redness
Looney
of the
Tunes.
normal lining of the stomach.
Did you, let me ask this first.
Looney Tunes.
Do you have an
And
opinion
it's not a guy,
of-
it's a
to
woman.
reasonable degree of scientific
Let's get
certainty
real
based
here.
on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right. That's
Yes.
Exhibit
They're desperate.
164. Can you
They're really
describe
sad.
what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas
believe them.
are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach. And there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion or an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
She
Yes.
is having difficulty breathing.
See its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
Oh, I think this is sidebar number 1, folks. Also, hey trolls, if you're making 15 fake accounts to come in to chat every 5 or 10 minutes to say, "Oh, Jesse, it'll all come out," you're wasting your time. There are no personal chats, and my Discord's fully public. Nothing that I say to anyone, I don't say here. Let's make that very clear. I think the sewer turtle is a waste of human oxygen. He's a criminal, and he should be put in jail. So share away, my friends. Share away. There would actually have to be like private chats for you to be able to share them. You absolute idiot. Oh, now I guess I can't play it because it came back too quick. I would have had to stop it anyway. I mean, hey. Dr. Wolf, right? The brain surgeon. Can you imagine? He made his wife coffee and then he, went back to work, and probably in between brain surgeries, he gets to laugh at this lady.
May I
Like,
continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa. Did you note that there was a
It was a
machine
contributing
that was
factor.
used for
Exactly.
life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a
machine?
mechanical device to administer chest
What's
compressions.
it called?
And
What's it called,
the company that
doctor?
makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies. So it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the
Like a badge of
ERT
honor.
people, they get tired
Right, Ellen?
continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area of
Yes.
the body, are there, you go without saying, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by
No,
the
it's-
mechanical Lucas machine?
I have an
Absolutely.
idea who
What
it's
do
coming
those
from.
organs include?
Well, ideally they include the
you?
heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as,
They're
in
bored.
addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
Always blame the victim. That's what they know how to do.
There's 2 documents that I'd like to show you. First, that
Yes.
document, and then after you're finished, familiarizing yourself. First one and the second one.
She's probably not too happy with Alessi. I wouldn't be. Just saying.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
these are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Finger push-ups.
Subject to redaction?
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
You don't think so? Maybe check with Hank first.
Sure, thank you.
You can't. They're just going to say nonsensical nonsense and not realize that they're completely telling on themselves for being liars, because you'd actually have those things have to exist for them to be shared. Listen, I chain smoke my vape and I don't sound like
Permission
that,
to display,
but
Your Honor?
my grandmother had COPD, quit smoking like 40 years before she got it, and she sounded
Doctor, I know
like
that's
that.
a little bit small
Even though
and
she had
far
quit
away.
smoking
Enlarge it as you need.
decades ahead of time.
Okay.
It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're
I'll have
looking at
some
now?
later.
Let's take the top half of the
Yeah.
document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the middle?
Okay, so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed
I'd rather
to a
do them
patient.
To be clear, Doctor,
I'd
that
rather
is
do
not
it
a picture of
by
proof.
hand.
That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown
Okay.
person.
And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine? To the
Yeah,
right?
this shows
saying.
the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the
What's the point of this
circular,
exactly? Anyone?
part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average, the compressions per minute would be about what?
Now, they should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page, or the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine. And it's a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus. And then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that, I don't know if that's working on there, the little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head. That's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that I can't really see where I think it stopped.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only, hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'd move for the admission of that.
Oh,
Exhibit 228.
Permission to display briefly.
Okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that the Lucas machine, where the Lucas machine was situated?
yes. As I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe. And it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 a.m, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Dead people
That
don't
have
get
any weight
frostbite,
concerning your
dumbass.
overall opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
He
Well,
did.
if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the
Not if
extremities.
you're not alive. You cannot get frostbite when you are
Based on
not
your
alive.
overall review of the medical records associated with
She did
Mr.
not
O'Keefe,
examine
were you
the
able to
body, no.
reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Disgusting.
Yes.
What is that opinion?
She
He
can't be
died
mad.
of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
But
Yes.
she didn't examine the body, so you have no idea.
I want to shift gears for a minute.
This lady's whole
Dr.
life right
Loposada, and
now
talk
is
about
being an expert witness and getting paid.
patterned
Just remember that
injuries elsewhere on Mr.
All she gets
O'Keefe's
paid.
body.
by doing this. Disgusting.
You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Right,
Yes.
his body temperature at 80, but he didn't experience hypothermia.
Taught
Yeah, I got it.
courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
Snow, yeah, the snow was hot. She, I
I'd
can't.
like to show you exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
I'd like to show you where the door is so you can exit now because you're a disgrace. Just saying.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is
Angry
a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly. The phone temp on
Did
his
you
battery
review
of
and
his phone
consider this
shows
photograph
alone.
and others
You lay it out
in
there.
coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
Right. You wouldn't get hypothermia. I mean, you wouldn't get frostbite if you died within
In order
20
to
minutes.
come to your ultimate
Would
opinion
ya?
and conclusion or opinions and
No.
conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of
Oh.
that? It may be obvious, but
The
explain
whole
that to the
picture.
viewers.
You mean the whole body
Well,
itself?
there are, when you're looking at
person?
changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different
And you don't. 'cause you didn't
patterns
see
of
the body.
injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what
Oh, I can't
patterns
wait.
were caused by certain
Let's be almost
things,
done. Come on,
then you're
Hank.
able to put together a sequence of events before that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do
Did you get fired
photographs
or forced out of your
in,
job?
A forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the
Absurd.
postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What
Should
about
be
his
disgusted
the
with this
injuries to
lady.
his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Yeah, the pattern that your brain
Have
doesn't
you
work
ever
properly.
seen in
Money.
your experience either
lie.
being taught or teaching patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds?
I know. I deal
generally?
with that harassment on a daily
Absolutely.
basis.
Very common.
Do
People
animal
are
wounds
unhinged
include
lunatics.
both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and
What?
claw marks might be two
Oh,
different types of patterned
disgusting.
wounds that you may see in your evaluation,
Disgusting.
just in
Correct.
general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Objection.
Yes.
Yeah, the tooth fairy did it.
Do you expect to
fairy.
see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
Objection. She was allowed to say that one sentence. That's it.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of
Hopefully
the
Francesca.
skin from the claws applied to the skin. Or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that
Exactly.
make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change.
It was a
The other
cheetah.
thing you see in a animal
mountain lion.
bite
was a
is
bear.
you see not only the canines that come out, but
Lions and
depending on
tigers and
how
bears.
the jaw is applied to
Oh
the
my.
body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors,
A harassment,
the little
Francesca.
incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired
And there are no
gouges,
punctures.
which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to
Objection,
cutting
he's
from
going
a
way
sharp
too
object.
far.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit
Yeah,
167?
apple
Are
vinegar.
these more consistent with
bleach.
incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustain.
Yeah, objection. You don't get to keep going on
Were you
this.
able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
Objection.
They were, oh yes, I can determine that. They were
Oh, from
inflicted
pictures?
prior to death.
Come on.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm,
That's what you
is
did. Took a
consistent
check to say nonsensical
an
bullshit.
animal bite or claw marks?
Max
Yes,
sentence
it
is
is,
right.
very much.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Take yourself out the door. You're deplorable.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, right? A dolphin in the hot snow. The ridiculous lady who says nonsensical things for checks. I mean, let's get real. That's what this is all about, right? These people are willing to get up and lie for dollars and cents. I mean, it goes to the crux of the whole FKR movement. Dollars and cents. Why do you think so many of the quote law tubers, some that don't even do law anymore, some that are civil law, have never stepped foot in a criminal court and have no idea what goes into anything in a criminal court. So, I mean, this is what they've been doing for, 2 to 3 years, is talking about nonsensical theories that have no evidence to back it up whatsoever. And it's sad because people like me, like Francesca said, there's only a few of us. There's very few of us that were willing to keep saying the truth because of the harassment that comes along with it. Too many people don't want to deal with it, and I can't blame them. It's a lot to deal with every single day. It is quite a bit to deal with on a daily basis. If you guys had any idea of the level that it is, you'd be like, why do you keep doing this? Why are you torturing yourself, Elise? Because the truth deserves to be told. There are stories that deserve to be told of people who have been through hell because of this. It is not okay. I trust Hank 100%. She didn't look at the body. She has no idea what she's talking about. Again, she got to check. And this, her whole thing now is to be an expert witness. That's how she gets paid nowadays, is to be an expert witness. That's her whole shtick. Like, because she's no longer
May I
chief medical
inquire?
examiner.
Yes.
Gee, I wonder
You
why that
indicated
is.
that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is a something called postmortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through. So you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what
I think
a
they are
forensic
tired with it,
pathologist's
Whitney.
role is in a death
I think
investigation.
they're ready to call guilty
potentially
on
send
this.
investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that
That's
any
it, Grace.
effort was made
You hit the nail on
to
the head.
send
That must be
investigators
it.
to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at
A
or
lot
around
of
the
effort,
time
Jesse. A
of
lot.
John O'Keefe's death?
For nothing.
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
Oh, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you.
Oh, please. Lady, you are forced out
We talked
because you're
about
lazy as fuck.
the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Lucas
Yes.
machine.
How
I'm not
does
sure.
engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, well, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause the
Exactly,
same
Francesca.
finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes,
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
I'm waiting for that to happen. Is this a good time to
Were
break?
you
I'm
able to
waiting for
rule that
that.
out?
Absolutely. Not.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
We
Tell
did.
me about.
We did. I haven't
Well, let
played
me
the
ask
thing
it.
now.
Let me ask it this way: did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were
These
produced
people are
by a
sick,
motor
Holly.
vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
I fully believe that, Francesca. What you put out, you get back
You
times
indicated that
10.
you've done
Bad karma
thousands
comes back
of
to you.
autopsies yourself.
Good
correct?
karma
Yes.
comes back
You've
to you.
supervised many times more that.
Correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
You know, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor
Disgusting.
vehicle pedestrian incidents?
So disgusting.
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing
Inferential
an opinion or
thinking.
conclusion to a medical certainty
Fancy word for
about whether or
saying
not
what you want them
the
to say.
injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this
Please
case?
Save
Yes,
it, lady.
Sustained.
Yeah, hundreds is our go-to answer. Hundreds,
What are some of the
hundreds,
injuries
hundreds,
that you would
hundreds,
expect
hundreds.
generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue. It gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to second.
Third sidebar, folks. That's third one for today. Third. Alrighty then. Well, right, 3 strikes and you're out. This is what they do. They waste time. Do me a favor. There's 242 of you watching currently. Do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Those both are free things to do. Share is also a free thing to do. If you can donate to the channel, we could use the help. We very well appreciate it. We have things back like super chats and super stickers and memberships. But remember, it takes YouTube an entire month. So anything given to the channel between June 1st and June, the end of June, the very last day of June, we will not get until the end of July. So the best way, obviously, to support the channel is the most direct to us so we can keep this going, which are these ways: the Venmo, the Cash App, PayPal, and then we have a link for those of you who don't have any of the payment apps and want to donate through just your credit or debit card. There is a link for that in the chat. It's in the description of the video as well. It is also on the page of the show on YouTube. All the information for all the different donation options, including the Amazon wish list, is there. I do love when I get a little surprise in the mail from you guys. You guys are great about that. I love how it's always pink. I love you guys for that. I freaking love it. I love that Scorpio found this and it was pink. And it's got a little stand on it. This fan has a stand on it, y'all. It can literally stand right there in front of me and just blow on me. I freaking love that. I love it. I love it. Hank's got this, you guys. Hank has got this for sure. Which one? Dina? That one? Yeah, well, you know what? I'm sorry, but if you're a part of that group of people and you think it's funny to laugh at an elderly woman tripping to leave the court case of her son who was murdered, you think it's funny to laugh at her? You're a deplorable human being. If you are a part of that group of people that's doing it, you're even more deplorable because you can't see how your involvement is hurting a family. You think it's totally okay to harass anybody you want who has a different opinion, especially when it comes to the truth, because it hurts your conspiracy theory. I deal with an immense amount of harassment. Then I can only hope that I deal with it so that other people don't have to, and because the truth deserves to be told. the law tubers and all the people who are willing to lie so that the FKR fills up their super chats and their donations. Shame on you. I don't know how long I can keep my channel running, but I will go as long as I possibly can
May I inquire?
and
Yes.
keep debunking the nonsensical bullshit they keep feeding to the cult.
I forgot where I left off,
Because
so I'm just gonna
that
pick up.
family, those witnesses, and the people
That's
who
my
have stood
memory
up
can-
for them
can
deserve
serve
it.
me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think of.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it a different question.
Different way. He wants to
Mr.
still ask it a
O'Keefe's
different way.
pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
She wouldn't know
First
that,
of all,
of
there,
course.
those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see you at sidebar.
Number 4, because they can't keep the dog bite shit out. It is clearly not a dog bite. There is no bottom jaw to said dog, nor is there any dog DNA. The fact that you would have somebody actually say that it's a dog bite knowing it's not a fucking dog bite is so insane. They didn't believe it in the first trial, even when the defense thought that they were winning, and they did a much better job the defense did in the first trial. So if you really think that the jury is they just watched a video that your friggin' expert, Arca, brought showing that it shattered a goddamn taillight. Stop it. It's what they do. They're not ashamed of themselves. Some of them are like rabid animals. Most of them, sadly to say, are middle-aged women. If you have nothing better to do as a middle-aged woman but this, you really need a life. You really need a life. You think harassing people, calling people names, making fun of people, whether they make $1 million or rich, or whether people like me who have had addictions in their lives deserve to be tore down because they had an addiction in their life. I've been sober closer to 20 years, over 15. Okay. Anybody who makes it through addiction and turns their life around the way that I did, going from being an inmate for petty crime for having drugs to working in a prison, deserves the credit for turning their life around from the horrific tragedies and constant traumas that they dealt with. I have CPTSD for a reason. And it wasn't because my life was super easy and fun. I promise you that. People like that, we should be applauding and helping other people get there. Not trying to tear them down for mistakes they made as addicts 20 years ago. It's time to grow up. If you're a middle-aged woman and you think the best thing you can do all day long is get online and harass other people when you yourself have things like a past, DUIs, and other mental health illnesses that are on record that the police had to be called for, you're a fucking hypocrite. Do better. I don't usually drag any of that information into this, but at this point, it's like, do better. Be better. Because if you think you're doing something to make some friends by doing it, you're shameful. You're pathetic. It's really, really pathetic. That's all they can do is get on social media. They have no lives. It's constant. It's constant. Time to get a life. Do you have any friends in real life? Do you do anything in real life? Do you go sit in your yard, have a cup of coffee, maybe have a cookout, spend time with your children? Anything besides constantly tweet 24/7 trying to disparage other people? Because that's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. That gets to the point where you need therapy. You need therapy. I can suggest a therapist for you. She's wonderful. I've had her for years. It's like, when is enough enough? For the rest of your miserable life, you think Twitter is the answer? You think Twitter is real life? Like, whatever someone says on Twitter is the, like, know all be all? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Time to wake up now out of that dream where you're a legend in your own mind and you needed to make friends in a cult. Pretty sad.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor,
Oh,
you
they
indicated
have.
that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no
Good for
tissue
you,
bruising
Lindsay.
from impact injury. Do you remember
Good for
writing that?
you.
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither
Love
did
that.
his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths.
Oh, I
Do
love
you remember
this. I
writing that?
love that,
I
J
do.
Rock.
And do
Good
you
for
stand by that?
you.
I do.
Good for you guys. I love this.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
I
And
love
you
that.
indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
Right? And we're able to help other people because of it. And I don't care if it's one
You
day,
reviewed the entirety
1
of
week,
the,
1 month,
of the
1 year.
medical records associated with the autopsy,
You
Yes,
start somewhere.
including photographs.
Start somewhere.
taken to the hospital. Yes,
Okay. And autopsy photographs
yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an
I
important
love
part
this.
of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes, usually there are x-rays
Yep.
taken of the body
Applauded.
prior
No.
to the examination.
What
Nope,
do
that's
x-rays
not
show?
true.
Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
They don't always do x-rays. Sorry to tell you, that's not true at all. Like the Tinker Soldier. Right? It's nothing that any worse of the trauma that I've been through my entire life. That's what they don't seem to understand. I love that for all of you. Nobody should ever be afraid to come here and say,
I may have just one.
hey, I'm, X amount of time sober. Like, I love that for all of you. You are just as good as anyone else. You put your pants on one leg at a time. Nothing about recovering from addiction makes you less than. Certainly makes you strong.
May I approach?
Teaches you quite a bit that other people clearly have not been taught, especially when it comes to sympathy and empathy and how to be a better person.
Yes.
Can we get you an inhaler, Dr. Mouth Breather? I mean, a sidebar? Okay, well, that's number 4. Number 4, she doesn't finish her reports. That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. It is not triggering. I am one of those people. Some people get sober and just smoke weed, which people are like, that's sober. It is. I don't smoke weed. I'm not a weed smoker. But I know people who have just smoked weed their entire life or use it for like anxiety. If you're sober off the drug of your choice, you are sober. I am one of those people who is an addict, only opiate addict. And so I still drink maybe 5 times a year. Alcohol was never a problem for me. I'm not one of those people who do AA. It's not something that I subscribe to. I had a lot of issues with some of the very contradictory things that they say, and it works well for a lot of people. I'm just not one of them. And so I never used AA or NA. And one of the reasons was they teach you that if you're an addict, you have to be an alcoholic and vice versa, which is not always true, especially isn't true when it comes to at least 20 people that I know. I drink like holiday, wedding, birthday party, maybe on vacation. I might have 1 or 2 and that's like it. So yeah, it's not true that if you're an addict, you have to be an alcoholic and vice versa. So I have been opiate free for 18 years. It's a long time, but it doesn't matter if it's 18 minutes or 18 years. You're just as good as the next person. Everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time, right? And going through that, most people who are in addiction have severe trauma, some really horrific things that they've been through that you probably can't dream about in your worst nightmare. That would be most of my childhood and a little bit of my young adulthood.
Please rise for the jury.
We all rise. She was not a witness in trial 1. Nope. Can you keep it down with the heavy wheeze? Exactly. It's about how you get back up when you're knocked down. How do you get back up? You know? Yeah, not every ME does x-rays. That's just a bold-faced lie. That's not how that works. Exactly. Agent 99 said, I find that funny because my one best friend is 10 years sober, hardest worker ever. My aunt, who's an attorney, her best friend sober, both the hardest working people I know. You know, it's funny because people who have recovered from
Dr.
addiction,
Loposada, you can step out. Okay. All
uh,
right. I did
they're
receive
some of the
another motion this
kindest,
morning
most
for
empathetic
instruction. I'm
people
not going to even consider this today. We can consider this
that
at
I've
the
ever
sheriff's
met.
conference. So that's where we're at with that.
The kindest.
Work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know.
Work it
I'll
out.
go before the jury.
All rise for the court, please.
I don't know what she's doing. I'm guessing that's a break. We'll call that a break. I think she's going on morning break now. But there's some of the most kindest, empathetic, sympathetic, and non-greedy people I've ever met. They'd give you the shirt off their back if they could and if you needed it. And so I find it funny when people try to disparage people who are in recovery because they can only dream to be as good of a person as some of the people that I have met who have been sober and have made it through an addiction. So it is easier to identify with someone who had a problem. And I think that's part of Karen's whole shtick, right? Is a lot of those people who believe in her innocence are people who have had DUIs, for instance. Quite a few of them have had DUIs. So they feel sorry for her. They feel like it could have been them. Well, it couldn't have been you unless you're backing up at 24 miles an hour in a rage. Even in a DUI, I'm going to guess you probably weren't backing up in a rage at 24 miles an hour, no? At 75% acceleration? You know? Oh, yeah, right? I mean, she talked about alcohol in the heart. I was waiting for it to come up. You know? He wants to show an x-ray that's not John O'Keefe's? Yeah, no, absolutely not. That's misleading as hell. You know? Oh, like a crazy lunatic. Crazy lunatic, you know? Karen still hasn't gotten sober. You know? I was the same way as you. When you have enough, you have enough. You know, A and A weren't my thing. Like I said, it works well for a lot of people, and a lot of people need that kind of stability and need that sort of program. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people that it works for. Yeah, I was 21. So, yep. And that's what I do. I'll have a glass of champagne once in a while, or, you know, a beer or something like that on vacation or at a wedding or, you know, something like that. So my husband smokes probably twice a day, once at night, once in the morning, maybe once in a while in the middle of the day, if he's at work. That's about it. He uses it mostly for anxiety and sleep. I'm not I mean, besides my vape, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I just smoke this. And I think the last time I smoked weed, I was like 17, maybe 18, something like that. I can't do it. It makes me paranoid. I'm one of those people that can't smoke weed. They had a bunch of posters. You saw that, right? Like, I think it's an X-ray. And I'm guessing that Hank says no because it would be misleading, you know? See? I'm seeing a lot more of that lately, Lindsay, where a lot of people sort of were like, no, with the AA and NA. And I don't blame them because it's just one of those things that if you have questions about some of the contradictory things that they state, and a lot of the time you'll go to a place where they're having a meeting and then you have these people yelling these mantras at you. It seems too cultish for me. Let's just put it that way. They yell these mantras at you and you say, okay, where is that in the big book? They'll just make up these things that it works best if you do this. And you're like, all right, where's that in the big book? Well, it's not in the big book. Okay, then why are you saying it as if it is? Like it too culty for me. I didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate that they seem to think that there's one way to get sober. I don't believe that there's one way. I believe there's many ways, and a different way is going to work for everyone. And you can't just say only NA or AA would work. To me, it was a place where I got hit on and it was a fashion show, and that didn't work for me. You know, when I was forced to do it for a short period of time, that's all it was people hitting on me. And being the victim of domestic violence and SA when I was a kid, it is not something that I felt comfortable with. And being hit on every time I was there or looked like a piece of meat made me highly uncomfortable. I wasn't there for that. Yet that is what it turned into every single time I went to one of those meetings. So I stopped. When I no longer was forced to by the court, I stopped. And guess what? I remember somebody saying to me, you'll never get sober. You'll never get sober unless you go to AA or NA. You'll never get sober if you don't keep going, if you don't go to meetings. To that person, who, by the way, is no longer alive, they passed away from an overdose. They had been sober a very long time and relapsed at some point. But to that person, whether alive or not, here I am. Here I am over a decade and a half later. So, guess that wasn't true, was it? Good for her, Lindsay. Good for her. I love that for her. You know, one of my doctors is in recovery. One of them, I have a lot of specialists, but one of them, and he's probably one of the best doctors I've ever had in my life. He's very thorough, and he doesn't treat people as if because they're an addict that they don't deserve to have medical treatment, which sometimes you will see a lot of discrimination when it comes to medical care when you used to be an addict. It's a very real thing. The motion, it was an instruction. She didn't say what it was, but she said it was an instruction of some sort that she was not even going to consider. So I'd have to, again, the docket wasn't working last week when I was looking for it, but hey, you know, smoke for the good doctor, right? I mean, I hope she doesn't smoke. I hope she doesn't smoke. I hope. Exactly. So that's exactly it. And I've said this to so many people. Once you deal with the problem that was making you use or drink to begin with, then you don't have to like not be around drinking. It doesn't bother you because you've dealt with the issue that ultimately was why you were doing it to begin with. Whatever trauma or pain you were trying to hide, you were dealing with or had dealt with. You no longer live in that land where it's triggering to be around it. It's not triggering at all because you've dealt with and I fully believe mental health and addiction are go hand in hand to each other for that very reason. Most of the time there's some trauma in someone's life, something that happened to them is the reason, and the pain is what they're trying to kill, I do, but I don't know where it is. It's in my purse out there. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was an X-ray. I wouldn't let them put an X-ray up if somebody's not John. And then you're leading them to believe that everybody gets X-rayed when they die. That's not true. Nope, it's not true. Good for you, Alicia. Good for you. Well, that's the thing. They can only do, sleazy shit at this point, you know? They can say whatever they want. They've been saying it. They've been, you know what I mean? I don't, they can say whatever they want. I have a bunch of middle-aged women that, are the main core of the sewer turtles inner circle that are obsessed with me. They're literally stalkers. I kid you not when I say they cyber stalk me. Like you need some serious help. And I don't even think twice about them. I have them blocked. I'll get screenshots here and there of like the ridiculous things that they say about me. And the fact that they sit and watch every single one of my streams, which is pretty sad if you ask me. But come on now. Don't you have anything in your life better to do than watch someone you supposedly hate that you don't even know? Come on now. Thankfully, it does not make my chest hurt. I agree with that, Shannon. I think she is, for all of what she has done to every person willing to speak up in this case. Well, that's not good. Those cigars, those are gonna kill you. You can't be doing all that. Like, yeah, I don't know what type it was. I can't. That's why I probably haven't in all these years. Exactly. For me, it was more culty, and I was like, what do I need this for? I was forced to by the court at one point, which sucked. But now the Supreme Court has actually ruled that courts, even though they continue to do it, courts cannot force people to go to AA or NA because it is God-based. They do talk about God. It is faith-based, and therefore there is a separation of church and state. So the courts cannot demand that people go to AA or NA as a treatment because it's faith-based. So even though there are some courts here in Massachusetts that are still doing it, if they challenged it with their attorneys, they would win because there is a Supreme Court case that has already been ruled on when it comes to AA and NA, and the courts ordering people to do it. It's faith-based. You cannot force somebody in a faith-based program. Yeah, 13th step. That's what it's called when you get hit on and, basically sexually harassed. It's called the 13th step. And that's what I dealt with constantly. Not even being a newcomer, just being at that, different meeting, or even the same meeting and new people coming in. It just was not a thing for me. Exactly. When you want to be done, you're just done. When you realize this is not it, and you realize you can deal with the pain outside of that, you can stop anytime you want. It is. It's a personal journey. And I think it's going to work differently for every person that does it, no matter who you are, Stale cigarette smell. Yes. Yep. I think it is a result of being in recovery. Decaf coffee. I don't know how anybody could do decaf. To be fair, I was a Newport smoker. I was a Newport smoker. Exactly. Addiction is trauma's best friend. Could not say that perfectly. And you're right. Addiction does not discriminate. It doesn't matter if you're a poor person, if you're a rich person, if you're a doctor, if you're a lawyer, if you're a cop, or if you're a nurse or an iron worker. It doesn't care. Does not care. Grey Goose after court. Virginia Slims, that could be it, Virginia Slims. I feel like it's like one of those commercials, right? Like the Virginia Slims commercials. Dr. Russell to the steakhouse. Well, she likes the meatball subs, okay? I know they are bad. I know. But I smoked Newports for a long time. Those were the only ones I started with Newports and I ended with Newports. Yeah, you got to watch out for those weak pores, Oh, parliaments. Yes, green. Not right. I know when I say Newports, I never mean regular red ones because those did not exist when most of us started smoking. Well, you can't have those, Grey Goose. I never was a fan of Grey Goose, but lots of bars carry it. So, I mean, she likes that Tito's. It's the Tito's, Tito's. What? Weed is treated as a crime still in Australia? Is that serious? We have what we call a lollipop drug test that police use for motorists. What? They test every driver where they set up. That's crazy. That is cuckoo. I mean, you guys have like Uber and like Lyft, right, Holly? Like you guys could like Uber or Lyft. if you wanted to. I mean, obviously you have to have the money to do that as well, but I mean, come on. Yeah, well, we're going to keep it separate as much as we can, you know? Menthol greens. Yeah, that's, yep. Well, that's the thing. You have to remember, most people have an addiction they don't even know about, whether it's shoes or purses or shopping or, you know, motorcycles, cars, computers. Like everyone has a addiction of sorts that they don't eat, gambling, lottery, like whatever it may be. Most people have that, you know? I agree with you 100%, Lindsay. I mean, I definitely have a coffee addiction. That's a fact. But I will take that one. We'll take that one. I agree. Other options should be offered, Lindsay. 100% with. Yeah, I mean, Karen likes her Grey Goose. You know, they're usually long. You know, because Bev can never make it just a quick 10-minute, 15-minute break. She's got to stretch and then complain about time. You know? Like you can't complain about time and the jury and all that when you're taking these longer and longer and longer breaks. Like what did you expect to happen? It is hard. It's really hard. Quitting cigarettes is hard. It is hard, especially when you're dealing with a lot of stress. You just want a cigarette, you know? But that's why you go to the lower bit. You just go lower and lower on nicotine until you stop, right? And so that's what I've been doing is going lower on the amount of nicotine until you get to a point where you don't need any at all. Let's make no mistake, this does have a little bit of nicotine in it. Nowhere near a pack of cigarettes, but it does have nicotine. Food, always food. You know? No, you're right, though. Sometimes it's the addiction of putting it to your lips. They actually have done studies on that when it comes to smoking, that it's the motion of smoking for some people. They actually did a study on that, Alicia. Seriously. They did. I'm full of random information, by the way. Most of you know that already, but full of random information. It's classified as an illegal drug. Well, I can tell you there are some states still in the United States that classify it as illegal and as a drug that you can be charged with. But a lot of the states have got on board with it's weed, and there's no reason to be charging people with smoking weed. But there are still some states that so say for instance, I'm in Massachusetts and I want to travel to Florida. As of the last time I went to Florida, which was 2 or 3 years ago, it was still illegal in Florida. Now, a couple of the states along the way, we always drive, a couple of the states along the way had legalized it. Because the time before that we went, it was half the states had it legalized and half the states didn't. So you could be traveling through and say for instance, you know, it's legal in Massachusetts, it's legal in Rhode Island. I'm just using these as, you know, an example. And then you hit Connecticut, right? And it's not legal in Connecticut. If you get pulled over in Connecticut on your way to Florida with it, even though you bought it legally in Massachusetts, you traveled into Connecticut with it. So you could be arrested with it. That's the problem that we have in the United States. So if you want to travel through states, you can't carry it with you if you're going through states that say it's illegal, you know? Hairdressing and scratch offs. Scratch offs are always one that people have. I play them probably once every couple months as a treat. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get myself one of these as a treat. Can't win if you never play, I guess. You know? I was thinking I'm going to hit the lottery. I always said one day I'm going to hit the lottery, but you actually have to play to hit the lottery. Yeah, they got banned in mass, and then California did something, and Rhode Island banned flavored vapes now, but not Newports. Massachusetts banned flavored vapes and Newports, which anything flavored at all, which is wild to me. Well, there's plenty of them shady stores you can buy them at. Even I know where those exist. That's so in Canada, they have roadside tests for it. See, the problem with that is how do you know whether they smoked it 5 minutes or 3 days? The weed can sit in your system for upwards of 60 or more days. Usually it's around 30 that it dissipates, but in some people's system, it can sit there and sit there and sit there. So how do they know, unless they're sending it to the lab right now and testing, your levels, and they have to have a baseline to go by, and they don't. So how do you know whether the person smoked 5 minutes ago or 5 days ago? That's why they're not allowed to have those kinds of tests here in the United States, because every single time someone would fight that test, because there's no way to know whether they smoked an hour ago when they were at home, 5 days ago, or right now. You know what I mean? Right, or right before you got pulled over, unless you can smell it and see the smoke still, there's no way of knowing. Some people use gummies. Yep, I know quite a few people that don't smoke weed, but actually use the THC gummies to go to sleep. I have a very close friend I've known for, oh God, we've been friends since I was like 10. So, 30 years almost, that only uses gummies to sleep. She can't sleep. She doesn't sleep well. She has PTSD and doesn't sleep well. So do they really? They have medical, but not medicinal, right? Just medical now. I think that's the last thing I heard that Florida had. My brother lives in Florida, that they had medical, but not medicinal. They had medicinal, but not recreational. Music mental health break. Hey, music is good for the soul, my friends. Ooh. We'll make a new section for music. I also gotta make a new section for good recipes, because I know y'all have some good recipes of things that I can make for dinner that I have not tried yet, and I would love to have them. And I bet you guys would like my taco and cheeseburger rings that I make. They're delicious. They are delicious. So is it only medicinal in Florida, or do they now have recreational? Yeah, it's about the motions, the movement involved in your hands. That's how I do it. My cup of coffee. Can't do without my coffee. That's crazy. That's nuts. It is here. They can't pull you over and say, "Hey, you have THC in your system. We're arresting you," because it's recreationally legal. So that's crazy. So that means anyone who gets pulled over, what about people who just came into the country, who are driving in the country, but it was legal here when they were here? Like that, how do they work that stuff out? Like, 12 hours? That's crazy. They used to try to do it with nicotine, but after 2 hours, they used to have a test for that. But after 2 hours, it goes away. So there's no way of telling. The bans are insane here in Massachusetts. It's like, hello, do we live in a free country or not? I should be able to choose whether I want hard candy or, soft and chewy candy. Like it's something in New York where they banned like big gulps or something like that, or they wanted to ban Happy Meals. It's like, what I feed my kid should be my choice, not the government's. Like, come on now. Oh, it didn't pass. I see. Yeah, anxiety. A lot of people can't sleep because of anxiety, so they use the gummies, Not every it depends on where you're driving from. I guess I was going to say not every state, because when we drive from here, it's half the states. And then when you get closer to down south is where a lot of them are illegal. I think it's one of the Carolinas, maybe both. And then I know it's legal in Rhode Island, Mass. I don't know about DC, but I know there's one close to there on one side or the other that it's legal. It's always a good thing to have your medical card if you need it. But remember, if you have a medical card in Massachusetts, you cannot get your license to carry, your LTC or an FID card. So you might not want to have that. I mean, they are still trying to fight that, but I want my license to carry, so I would never get a medical card because I would like my license to carry. I like my amendments, especially my one to carry. So you could have if you tried to get a medical card, you actually will have your LTC pulled. And so, yeah, not doing that. Not doing that. Not doing that. Especially since I don't smoke weed, there would be no reason for me to, but I like my license to carry. I just can't wait until Massachusetts lets you, at some point, have a concealed carry. We have no concealed carry here. It has to be carried open. Yeah, I knew they were trying to get it rec, but my brother lives in Florida. Right? If I want to eat shitty food, let me eat shitty food. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, sugar, yeah. That's so crazy. I never thought it would be like that kind of crackdown on weed in this day and age, you know? But again, I don't smoke weed, so it kind of flies above my head because I don't pay attention to a lot of it because I don't smoke. So yeah, still on a break. I just did my laundry. You know, if we could all invent robots that did our laundry for us, we'd be millionaires. No one likes laundry or dishes. It didn't pass in Florida was because it really wasn't making it, quote, legal. So that means you couldn't grow for personal use, and it made a monopoly of specific weed stores. Yeah, nobody's going to want that to pass. That's exactly why it didn't pass. I guarantee it. Because if it's not actually making it legal and you're only giving it to like a handful of stores to sell, like no one's going to, everywhere else, it's you're able to grow it yourself up to a certain amount of plants or whatever. That's awful. That's awful. That's that stuff that like shocks the brain. That stuff shouldn't happen. There are actually OBGYNs in the state of Massachusetts that if you're having what I had, which is excessive morning sickness, I was hospitalized twice with my last one for having excessive. So I was puking like multiple times a day. I was dehydrated. I couldn't not puke basically. And it lasted, you know, with my other kids, it was only the first part of your pregnancy like it's supposed to be. And sometimes it comes back in the end part a little bit. But this time it was my entire pregnancy. It was awful. I was dehydrated. And there are OBGYNs that will literally recommend that you smoke weed so that you're not nauseous because the nausea medication doesn't work. I was on the medications. They would work for like a week or two and then stop working. And I don't smoke weed. But there are OBGYNs that will actually tell you to smoke. Funny enough. Like, I don't smoke weed, so, you know, but still. I mean, some won't, obviously, but some will. And so it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Hopefully not long. He did say that the judge said it should be before or right after morning break that he should be done. So I'm hoping that it's soon that he's done. They want to. I don't like the smell of it either, but I'm not going to complain if someone else is smoking. I'll just move away from wherever they are. It's not that serious, you know. I'm not a good waiter either. You know, I think we all want instant gratification, right? Instant gratification or things like mozzarella sticks. I kind of want a salad. I'm not lying. I really want a salad today. Like a good Greek salad with chicken. Ooh, and a pita pocket. That sounds really good. Ooh, that's such a good idea, Alma. Just FYI, for those of you who at least are in the state or can drive to the state of Massachusetts, we are going to have a cookout after this trial is over. I haven't picked a date yet because I haven't figured out exactly how many people there will be. But I think if you are in the general vicinity or within driving range of Massachusetts, and that's something that you guys want to do, let me know so I can start a guest list. That's such a good idea. Not that everyone has to bring something. You totally don't have to. We can cook it on the grill. That doesn't sound crazy at all. I know a lot of parents that are like that. Yep. I know a lot of parents that are like that. I prefer my kids not to either at all. Thankfully, I haven't had to deal with that. My kids have been really good two older ones specifically. Neither one of them have done anything like that. So, and my 20-year-old is 20. So they want to add a sugar tax to drinks, 2 cents per ounce. So a 20-ounce soda would cost 40 cents. That's insane. I mean, we are called Taxachusetts for a reason. It's because we tax everything out the behind. And the taxes here are ridiculous and absurd. But holy shit, Rhode Island, what is wrong? Or Connecticut, what is wrong with you? Like, no, Connecticut, just no. Anesthesia is not safe. What? Right? How are you supposed to? So what they do with my daughter is they call it, what do they call it? Oh, I feel like I want to call it twinkle, like twinkle, twinkle, little star, but it's called like, oh God, what's the name of it? Where she's like under, but not all the way under. She's like half awake because they can't intubate her. That's the problem. They cannot intubate her because her head is stuck like this in this downward position. Her spine is fused to her neck from her disease, from the arthritis, from the, all of her, oh, that guy's muted. Okay. From her rare disease. And so until they do surgery, which will be very complicated and very risky on her neck, she cannot be intubated. So for the surgeries that she has had, they've had to give her I think it's called Twilight. And it's called like a twilight anesthesia where you're asleep, but partially awake. And that she hates it, obviously. But they can't even do her bone marrow transplant until they do the surgery on her neck because they can't intubate her. And it wouldn't be safe to intubate her because she wouldn't be able to lie flat with her head. So because her head is fused and it's in this position, you wouldn't be able to lie flat. There's no way to get the intubation in there safely. So I get it. That's actually not I get why that's not safe, but I mean, I know people who have been under while they're pregnant for various medical issues. So that's weird. Hey, if it lets them focus, lets them focus. You know what I'm saying? Some people, Bev is the one that takes so long. She's the one that takes so long to come back. She's the one who has to bring the jury back, That's, yes, Twilight. Yep, that's what it's called. Twilight. Yep, Twilight. You guys got some smart kids. My kids are very smart too. And I'm like, listen, not everyone is smart. So take it as something that you should use and go to school and do well, because not everybody gets that gift, Oh, ectopic. Those hurt. Right? If you die, they die. So that doesn't make any sense. Well, they're coming back, sort of, kind of. Yeah, the waiting is not my, fun part. But you didn't, and you're here, and we love that you're here because we wouldn't know you otherwise, right? But yes, I could see how that would definitely be part of your trauma, my friend. Yeah, I that's about the only thing we probably agree on is, but it's not even agreeing because she's very defense leaning. Apparently, one of the people didn't show up for the media, so he went in and got a pass. That's how. Somebody must have told him one of the places didn't show up, and he drove down there. My daughter's also a walking medical miracle, Ellen. We've talked about it. This is just insane. It's 11:46. Like, what are you doing? Yep. My daughter is in studies textbook. They don't use her name. They use initials because she's a minor. She was a minor when they did them, but she's in textbooks as well. Her disease didn't exist when she was born. Didn't exist for like 10 years. She didn't get a proper diagnosis of stat 3 gain of function until she was like 10 or 11. She had a bunch of misdiagnoses, but nothing for her disease. There's, last time I checked, less than 200 on planet Earth that have stat 3 gain of function. And then that causes a bunch of other medical crap, which is what she has now, including scleroderma, some heart problems, some lung issues. The list goes on and on. She's got all the fused bones in her neck and her fingers. it's a lot. It's a lot. She's got a lot going on. Her body doesn't keep up nutrients. So basically she could eat until the cows come home and her body is not absorbing. So they had to add almost like a filter to her G tube at night where it gives her more nutrients that her body's burning off during the day or not taking in so that her body will actually absorb the nutrients, which is something that they just discovered recently, even though she's been the size of a peanut her whole life. So Peggy's right there wearing blue for John. The whole reason you see various colors of blue is that is what we decided would be the color representing John. And so we try to wear blue as much as possible. And Peg does an amazing job of always showing that her and Paul that they're there for John and to get justice for John.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
on the court's bench?
Paul would whoop his ass. That's the funny part.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all
You
three
know?
of them marked.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
Do you see any x-rays?
Oh
I
my
did.
God, that's a lot of blood to lose while they're trying to guess what to do, Anna.
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage, hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many?
Oh, have you seen x-rays? You're a doctor, but have you seen
Thousands,
x-rays?
probably.
Is part of your job to review
Thousands.
x-rays to
Oh,
make a
absolutely.
determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones?
Paul is a good-looking
fractures,
dude.
Hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
No, not lunch yet.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained?
Must be
on how to
nonsense.
read x-rays?
Nonsensical.
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part?
There was no
of
x-rays
training
taken.
for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows.
Right,
There
Scorpio.
are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes,
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
no bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes,
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
no, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No
We don't,
breaks,
and we just do.
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes,
I did.
Did you
Oh,
note
this
any
was a great
defects
show.
in the bony structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
no, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review, with your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
You didn't see the body.
Thank you.
That's it.
Examination.
Oh yeah, Hank. Let's do it. Right, he didn't fight back. Got it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Loposada.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
Actually, 8 minutes, lady.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that Mr., based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand, you had your hand in front of your mouth.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he
Yes.
suffered from,
yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. Loposada.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question.
The report you probably didn't write,
Yes,
I'm guessing.
Yes.
Are you
But
familiar
the
with that?
defense
No,
probably
absolutely.
wrote for you, right? You can't even remember your own report of the words that you used in your own report. Seems to me that's why you didn't
Dr.
finish
Loposada, what did you
1512.
mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the
Nope.
head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
She was told
Did
to
you
use
say it
that
would be
word,
significant?
clearly.
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure.
MRIs.
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Oh, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
herniations?
They can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Loposada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake
To do what?
to try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury?
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress
You know
the
how?
brain. So
Do you know
that's something
how?
that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
In a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist, that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved. Yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, with his Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury. Isn't that fair to say?
It depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull. And there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup contre coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show, have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you,
Clearly doesn't.
Okay, go ahead.
please, did you want to
No,
say?
you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, We had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the herniate and the progression of the brainstem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment,
please.
ask the question, Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have?
You can't quantify it, folks. It's medium to large.
Opinion.
It's size medium.
Mr. O'Keefe died.
It's a
within
size
15
medium.
minutes.
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
You
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how
They
much
made
time
fun
it
of Trooper
took that
Paul for
night.
saying the evidence told him. The
I
body told
do,
him.
from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled and there's no, after injury, tissue swells and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You
Yes,
see
you do.
inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I
you
know there was
cannot.
a lot of force, and that force applied causes
Cannot
you to
tell
go
when.
unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was
Right, she didn't put the
massive
body-
skull
the body
fractures on the
folder.
base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
Well, I do know the amount of force because of these amount
Ow.
of skull fractures.
In what you
Oh,
know is,
lady.
in your words, medium to large force.
Yes,
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
yes.
That's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you
called
saw the
raccoon.
bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries.
So
It
you-
starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand
With the
the
brain surgeon.
physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And
Do you
it
have any-
it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies
Means
or
it wasn't
literature to
punched.
support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this
Of course you
time. I
can't.
could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay.
No.
Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes,
You see a linear abrasion?
yes, the vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean every wound is different.
Every wound is different?
Look at her face.
Sure,
That was
every
so rude.
person's different. Every way you get injured is different.
Oh,
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound from your perspective can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
yep.
In theory, if they
Yes.
fell, if they rotated their body,
Exactly.
if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
No.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know
Yes.
it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Yes.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground
It's raining here,
is different
unfortunately.
than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes,
didn't you?
yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
Mulch.
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs
Mhm.
of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe
Was
last
found.
moved?
I saw that general area and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see
No,
the
not the
ground
general
where his
area.
head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, they, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth, the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris?
I didn't see any.
No.
From the photo?
Means they went there.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge
Nope.
that exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body
So
from.
you're
Lady.
relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you know if
Our
Mr. O'Keefe was
attitude.
wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be.
If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline,
What if
If
they're
what?
thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
What if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little.
Heard.
If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So
Hey,
when
Jackson.
a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think the head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just
Any.
a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing,
Trace,
the laceration
lady.
of the scalp or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions,
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
inch and a half. Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those
Back.
vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
Heavily, like the ground.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It
You're
is
gross.
soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of it?
Well, it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay.
Lady. You're
Do you
gross.
think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
Shocker.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
Well, when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
They are both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You
Oh, so
gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up, please?
Right? I don't seem to hear it anymore, except once in a while. He's not a doctor. He's a fucking liar.
Do you see all of those
says that.
superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not
Oh,
going to
there we
ask you
go.
what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you
No.
tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
So you don't remember?
What?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes,
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
now a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific
Which there are
medical
none.
meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
Again,
And
there are none.
according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You suppose they can stop it.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite
Random?
different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
No.
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
It can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
you don't
Did
know.
you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe?
Doesn't
the
seem like
area
she
near
looked at
where
anything.
Mr.
She
O'Keefe
can't
was
remember
found?
anything.
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked
can
at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well,
Graphic.
because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
No,
I
of
don't
course not.
remember if I saw anything else.
Of course not. Grass stains, maybe?
Did you
Yeah.
look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
No.
Like
You
data
don't?
you find on a cell phone?
No,
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
Nope.
no, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you didn't
Except it
care
did.
to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not
Yikes.
hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is
I
that a
could,
different?
by looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle.
Is that
So
telling
whether the
everyone you're a
vehicle was
quack.
going slow or fast is not
Thanks.
relevant.
Thanks.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Some?
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I
She
don't know
can't
what
tell
you
you.
have to give me an example.
No, she's not gonna. He's not gonna tell you, so you can tell him you heard it. No.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe
Try again.
was
Didn't do your homework,
first
per
incurred his
usual.
injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
She didn't look at anything.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe
She didn't do her
incurred his
homework
injury
again.
sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
Oh, so wouldn't there be snow underneath him, genius? Oh, you forgot that part, didn't you?
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
She hates reports being written. She did absolutely no homework. Once again, as we know, there was 1,512 reports she didn't finish. She can't tell Hank anything that she looked at or heard because she didn't. She wanted him. It was a tactic to get him to tell her, well, did you hear this statement? And for her to say, oh, yeah, I heard that one. No. You tell us what you heard, Dr. Loposada. If you based your report on these things, don't you think you would be able to tell us one statement that you heard? If he was put out there, dragged out there, after 12:30, after that car backed up, okay, don't you think there'd be snow underneath him? Not grass. The grass stains were on his pants, right? Not grass underneath him. That part would have filled in with snow. So it would not have been grass. It would have been snow. But you didn't think of that, Dr. Loposada, did you? You saw a check. You were told what to say. And that was that. Not for nothing, but she's not a good liar. The jury absolutely will know that she is lying. You can't tell them a single. They also heard from the brain surgeon, right? Gross. You find tofu gross, but you cut open bodies. I'm not buying it. You're telling the jury that you can see what's under the ground. You weren't at the scene, but you magically, size medium and all, can't see if there's rocks underneath the surface, which are always there, under the surface of the grass, can you? Well, they're not there. What? They're not there. What do you mean? Were you there? Were you on the scene? I mean, size medium and whatnot. Medium to large. Are we joking right now? Well, the car didn't hit him. You sound like the defense. The car didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. So her statements don't matter. The evidence doesn't matter. Pictures from a body told you that he was hit and moved. That's what we're going with, even though she just conceded that it came from a fall. Not somebody whacking him over the head, but a fall. So he fell, hit his head on his own with no force applied to him. And then a dog bit him. That's what we're going with. That's you guys' new in the basement. Oh no, now it's the garage. The garage. You just told the jury that you decided without looking at all of the evidence because, well, a car didn't hit him, so you didn't need to look at the evidence. The jury has to completely disregard this woman and they will, because you just told them you didn't look at a goddamn thing. No, he didn't question her about her credentials. I'm guessing that they wanted that out. And maybe the judge allowed it to be out. This is sidebar number 5, by the way. But I have some things to say, so I didn't play the music. That's what I'm saying. Who told her that he wasn't hit? That's clearly something that they went to her with and said, he wasn't hit by a car. Figure this out, how we can, say that he wasn't hit by a car. What else could it be? For her to say there's no hypothermia when the autopsy medical examiner says there absolutely was, and there's no puncture wounds on him at all. None of those exist. They don't exist. There are no punctures of any kind. Like, never considered it. I would have asked for it too. Hank did ask for this one, but I would have asked for it too, because what is he supposed to do with this witness? I'd want to treat her as hostile at this point. She's not answering questions. She's eluding. Remember I told you guys that in the last time they asked her about stuff that she, could have easily answered, but would have made her look bad. She kept saying, I don't remember. I can't tell you. I don't remember. You don't remember an awful lot for someone who just took this case, no? She wasn't in the first trial. I mean, it's very clear that they will say anything for money. It's kind of crazy to me. Yeah, her breathing cured instantly, no more. A lot, thousands and thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars. That's what she does now. That she's a paid expert witness. That's all she does now. Come on, man. She's clearly lying. I mean, jury ain't picking up what you're putting down, that's for sure. How would you receive her, Joy? That's how you know. How would you receive the woman who just told you that she didn't look at any of the statements that the defendant made, and she doesn't know if there was rocks under the surface, but she just knows it wasn't a car, even though she just said that it would take some force, right? Or he was thrust backwards. What could have thrust him backwards? That was your word, lady. I'd be exhausted if I was them too. Poor Peggy and Paul. Like, enough is enough for this shit. She has definitely rehearsed. Brennan speaks, then Alessi. Reed glances back at the clock on the wall.
All right.
Of course
so
she
jurors,
freaking does.
rather than keep you
Lunch
for
break.
these times, I'm going to excuse you for lunch.
Of
It'll be
course.
about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we'll go straight
A
to
freaking
the
hour. Are you kidding?
Chris, please follow me. Close your notebooks, please.
She was quoted as being elusive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, whatever, lady. She was quoted as being elusive in the last thing where they brought up her, not being credible, that she wouldn't answer the questions, that she was elusive. I don't remember. I can't remember. You just took this case. How do you not remember? Exactly. You can't have impact, but then no impact. You can't have force pushing him, but no force pushing him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If I'm Hank, I would do them at the beginning to show she's very uncredible. I'm guessing they were kept out, which I think is very unfair to the prosecution. They have a right to deal with her credibility, and she has some serious credibility issues.
All right. So, Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you
Yeah,
want to
proving he
introduce
wasn't
through
beat
this
up. Exactly.
witness.
She wasn't from a punch. So proving he wasn't punched or beat up. Abandon that theory.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Loposada's credentials, including specifying her successes with
Yep.
the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. We have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In
Yep.
that audit, they investigated chief medical examiner, and they compiled a history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Loposada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to.
1,512.
showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Loposada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after
Yep.
Dr. Loposada resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. Loposada had a heroic effort. And in her testimony,
No.
she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub
17.
incident. She was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in
Yep.
on a more extreme scale.
Yep.
She
Extreme, very
testified in
extreme.
Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which
Yep.
was denied.
Yep.
Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. Loposada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. Loposada for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her
Her
run as
credentials.
medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticisms she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the credibility, adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Here we go. Pounding her fist, saying blah, blah, blah. You spent an hour on her credentials, but it has to be allowed.
Said that the audit established that
It did.
as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended.
112.
That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion ever that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attendant to the autopsies were, it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. Loposada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report. Hundreds of reports
That's not
per
what
year.
happened.
In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if
Lie.
somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, et cetera, found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report. She would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will.
Lie.
After, by the way, none of the reports were
lying.
ever not
Report.
done. They were all completed.
No, they
There
weren't.
were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. Loposada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director
Not
came
done.
in
Full stop.
2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago.
Doesn't matter.
These are autopsies that were performed, and the
Doesn't
audit was
matter.
performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025.
Doesn't
This
matter.
is 25 years ago.
Doesn't
When the
matter.
new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster
Bullshit.
to
Stop
get
it.
the reports out in a timely fashion.
Stop
She
it.
resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed.
She
I
did.
want the highest quality coming out of this office. They
She
had a difference
did.
of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her,
Yes.
the new medical director was asking
Good.
her to
Let her
sacrifice
answer to
quality
that. She wouldn't
of the
answer to
conduct
it in the
she was
last
undertaking
the
as the
last
chief medical examiner for the
case
state of
she was
Rhode
in.
Island. So
She
it's a
wouldn't answer
very
it.
different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were
It's not
ever
prejudice,
left
though.
unattended.
It's her
ever.
credibility.
Certainly did not
And-
involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance.
It
It was
was.
a backlash, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number
No.
two, with regard to the
wrong.
station nightclub
1512.
fire,
Not done.
her staff was
They
on
can't. It goes to her
location
credibility.
immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner,
You-
was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her
17
opinions and conclusions in this
Hours.
case.
She didn't answer. She kept denying to go
Tompkins
there for
case, we've already
17
talked
hours.
about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not
Which
asking
she
her,
tried.
and
That's the point.
she ain't saying.
I've excluded that
Credibility.
part of it based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right. And I don't know anything about the Patino case. And what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't
We
know
do.
why she was looking at what she did look at. We
We
don't know
do.
why she did look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and
We do,
conclusions were ultimately
actually.
rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that.
Oh,
Also, I
please.
will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good
His
faith by
job.
the Commonwealth. Mr.
It is
Brennan
good faith.
himself has
Stop
hired Dr. Loposada personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality
It's
of her work.
his
He's actually
job.
undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station
are in
fire
good
has
faith.
anything to do with anything because
It
she was
does.
late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day,
17
and she had an entire
hours.
staff that was there immediately.
No, not an entire
And
staff.
in
One
terms of the
person.
audit, it's a
One
25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant.
You
for
spent an hour
prosecution.
going over her CV. He has the right to
Right.
discredit a
Just wanna
non-credible
make a note
witness.
that, Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Loposada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization of what he likes to do for the public. But the reality is, I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it would be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first 2, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the
Uh-huh.
testimony already in evidence. Those 2
Yeah.
areas, and
You already went
Mr.
into it.
Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those 2 will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out would appear to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay,
He has a copy.
okay, so,
I didn't know that.
all right.
The only other thing, I don't know if we're going to hand it now or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the three.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
Sure.
Can we mark them all as one, A, B, C?
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just three. They're all
Mr.
filled out.
Jackson, if you can I just see it?
Of course.
ID, yeah.
I am muted. Sorry. I said she has to allow it. She has to. She can't not because Jackson already spent an hour going into it, into her CV. He has to. He can't. So you got to make up a lie. Hired her 4 or 5 times. And it's like, yeah, no, that's not a thing. Not a thing. Her credibility is shit. It's shot. It's what it is. She spent 70. Jackson just lied his ass off. 17 hours, and she did not have a whole staff there. She had one person who was waiting to leave. One person. That guy was calling her and calling her and calling her, and she would not go down there for 17 hours in a mass casualty event with one staff member there. One, not a whole staff, like Jackson just said. One friggin' person for over 100 fatalities. You kidding me? To mischaracterize that to the court, mislead the court like that for a grandstand for the cameras, disgusting. People died in that nightclub. People's loved ones laid there for over 17 hours.
All right. All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right, and what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Loposada?
it's not part of the report or opinion. It's gone beyond the report, talking about. the
Yep.
fact that she's studying x-rays and giving an opinion. I think that's
Yep.
my testimony. It really, I think it's beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it. Stipulate these, I'm sure Dr. Wrenchler will utilize them. if they're stipulated.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Wrenchler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Wrenchler?
I expected that I could because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Richard's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. Loposada. She's a medical doctor.
Would you-
Consider them for purposes of her opinion. I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the x-rays that you reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. So go ahead.
That's all he's gonna ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, these are the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier. Yes, this is the right hand. Yes, that's the arm. Forearm. Yes, that's the upper arm.
All right. So they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in. All right. So the last thing is Dr. Wrenchler. I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint. So I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
We've received the most recent update to Dr. Wrenchler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Wrenchler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other
All right,
witnesses.
so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6. So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Wrenchler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are.
Yep, she says she can't remember. She can't remember. She can't remember. She's elusive, won't answer it.
Please.
At the last court.
I just wanted to let the board know that we're talking about action now. We went through, based on Mr. Billy's discussions last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that we had a problem with. There were a couple that we disagree with and we left, but it's very there.
I see that a lot of the hearsay has been removed. I'm sorry? All right, so what do you both, I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now. So 9 through 27,
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Wrenchler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not consider or account that there could be multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Wrenchler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Wrenchler has a foundation for.
Nope.
So those are 9 through 27 generally.
I'm
And then
sorry, Ren.
specifically,
It's tough.
I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Okay. Okay, so which one, 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
1 is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position to draw that opinion.
And
Hang.
is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case, Dr. Wrenchler or no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right,
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasion to compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones, although unnecessary. It doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that. The next one,
so you could live with what?
number 9.
Okay.
Number 23. Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or I think compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. It seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done.
Yep, they are. They're supposed to, J-Rock, but of course
It
that's
may
not
be
how.
that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this
No.
slide?
No.
Okay.
31 posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33. Again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate. 34.
Yep. Each fabric is different in the way that it would move or puncture, or you'd have to get an expert for that.
I think if one said that that's what he did, I, Dr. Wrenchler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move. I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving a opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher.
Nope.
Number 2 on slide 34.
That too. Yep.
And number 3, I don't have a problem with.
And see, this is why we have so many people with so many different life experiences that they can give us this very good information. That's great, Mrs. 101. Thank
The next
you.
one is 46.
You guys are all so smart. Every one of you has something that you really know about. And I love that it contributes to this channel and this community.
Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide.
I wish more
think
people
some
would
of these
do it.
opinions are appropriate
Creators.
for Dr. Wrenchler to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success.
You would think that washing it a lot would break down the
Number
fabric.
one
It
and
was
two, I think
less.
are
It's
inappropriate.
not brand new, you know.
Number three has really no context standing alone. And number four, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number four.
No, Randy?
Slide 54.
Good question, Jess. No idea.
Again, number one gets into his opinions.
Look at Nick Rocco looking at him
Number two, he gives an opinion about a different expert.
like he actually knows what's going on.
And number three, it's again self-endorsement on his own opinions. So
Yep.
all these are opinions, either
Okay.
bolstering himself or somebody else's work.
Always boasting
Something should be on
himself.
Slide
That's
55.
something he can talk about, not be on a slide. It's not proper. Yeah, they do it as an ambush tactic, and this is what Hank has been calling out since the beginning.
I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide.
Nope. Not proper for a
Same with
slide.
56.
It's just to say, I'm great, and it's on the slide, see?
I don't know that he has the basis for number one. Number two, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number three, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper too. Not. Slide 58.
Jesus.
I don't know what the basis for number one is. I suppose we'll have to see.
It's obviously a ridiculous basis that we do
If these
know.
are Dr. Wrenchler's views, I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint.
Nope.
He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert
Nope.
in a
Nope.
PowerPoint. Number three.
Nope. Judge has
Number
already ruled
four
on
is
that.
Ultimately, an opinion that he's self-endorsing.
Yeah.
66.
He self-endorses this a lot. Right?
Again, it is an
Poor
opinion.
Lally.
I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide.
No one back there? Is anybody
Trying to draw
home?
a
Is anybody
conclusion on
home?
what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that.
Nope.
67. Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher,
Nope.
but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate.
Very inappropriate.
68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced.
Nope.
And putting in a fraction of a report, I can't
Improper.
appreciate the significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report. I understand that, but putting in a random page
Slide.
in the report is hearsay. Should not be admissible. I don't know if
Nope.
there's going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context.
Yep.
72.
So absurd. Every other judge I know would snap back, get off your phone. You're the defendant, get off the fucking phone.
I think the expert probably can, I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing.
Yes, it is.
74,
It's also a way for you to
Again,
remember it.
it's
You
a
should be remembering your opinion.
conclusory opinion, bolstering. Some of these can be said, but shouldn't be in PowerPoints. Same thing with 75 and 76. They're ultimate conclusions. And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but
Yeah, she loves to check on her
testifying about
minions.
ultimate opinion and putting it on a board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted. And those are my objections.
Okay. Ms. Little?
First of all,
Oh,
tell me if I see
stand here only because I'd like to be able to reference the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear, to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that are filed by the Commonwealth.
No.
We did delete a large section, try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shortening some of the opinions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to make clear to the court, there are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of those slides are not referenced.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised, how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears and clothing.
So this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces.
They're not. They're not.
And how that results in
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think that we'll be able to satisfy the court's concerns by laying proper foundation.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise. But actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Wrenchler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't do these on slides is we objected to Dr. Wilkie coming out his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
Copy of the specific opinion that was placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Brief Lexis if found. And it states the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the big 2021 Lexus in front of the gun. And this Cherokee striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground.
Okay.
So
Sure look like they do.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right?
Yep.
But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
yes, that came in over the defense.
All right. Because what I did know is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice. So I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is to assist the jury.
It's what?
To assist the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
It's an 80-page PowerPoint.
Okay.
This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for these, we've narrowed down the text on the slide significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
Sorry, I'm muted. Because you're not supposed to. The court told us, and this is why Lauren Crime had to take it down, that you can't, there's a court order that says you can't broadcast more than, I think it's 10, 15, whatever amount of seconds it is of any one person in the courtroom, including the defense, the family, whatever. So the court order was before the case started in trial. A lot of us forgot, including Lauren Crime. And Lauren Crime also had to take it down because the court was very clear that we cannot have it up. I understand others have it up, but they aren't supposed to, and it's a court order. And I'm not willing to have my channel get a strike and taken down and have my monetization pulled that I work so hard for, just to play the Karen cam. It's against a court order, and the court reached out to creators and made it extremely clear that we are not allowed to broadcast the Karen cam, which is part of the Zoom hearing in this. It's not any one camera in the courtroom, it's part of the Zoom. And so you're not allowed to re-broadcast it. The people who are doing it at their own peril. That's their prerogative to keep doing it against a court order. I will not do that against a court order, especially since Lauren Crime themselves had to take it down because the defense bitched and whined because there was a court order in place. So that's the reason why there's no Karen cam here. And I do understand that others have it, but once again, they know what they're doing and they know it's against the court order and they continue to do it. So nobody, and I mean nobody, has permission to play the Karen cam. They could have the court feed, the pool camera feed, but they do not have permission to keep broadcasting the Karen cam itself. That's the court order. That was up to the court. We had it for a little while on Lauren Crime, and then the defense bitched and whined about it, and we lost it. And to the point where the court reached out to people and said, you cannot play this. This is part of this court order. It's only allowed a certain amount of seconds to broadcast any one person. And so there's a reason for that, unfortunately. So basically what the defense just did is they tried to ambush once again. Shocker, right, everyone? Tried to ambush with slides that bolster the opinion of Dr. Wrenchler, but also give himself like credit by basically saying, I'm right because I'm right. You know, like not because this is how it's done, not because this is the methodology, but because I did it and so it's right. And bolstering his own stuff, giving himself credit, basically. Pats on the back. That's improper for an opinion. The expert should be able to give that opinion without having to show it in a slide. Yes, you can have slides to show like certain testing and things of that nature, which is what the point is, but not for your whole opinion, not for the entirety of it. And so you want your expert to be able to tell you off the top of their head what their opinion is. Dr. Loposada couldn't even tell us one statement of Karen's that she saw or heard. I guess probably because she actually didn't. She was told there's no collision. She went based on the fact that there's no collision and decided that's how she was going to deal with that. I thought maybe they kept out the stuff with the station nightclub fire and the 1512 undone autopsy reports because Hank hadn't gotten into it, but it looks like he's about to. Looks like he's about to. The fact that they even actually just tried, the defense just tried to keep that out, is hilarious to me. They spent almost an hour bolstering her CV and saying, you did with mass disasters, and notice she bolstered that Egypt flight a lot more than she did the station nightclub fire. And that is because she waited 17 hours. Jackson lied. There was not a team or staff of people there while she wasn't there. There was one singular person from the medical examiner's office who kept calling her and calling her and calling her and had to wait the 17 hours until she decided to show up. So let's make no mistake about that. There was not a team. There was not people. There was a person that kept calling her to come. When she testified in another trial more recently and they asked her about this, what do you think she said? elusive with her answers once more, but it was, I don't remember, and I don't remember those phone calls. Well, the medical examiner's office sure remembers that those phone calls were made and that you refused to come down for 17 hours. Jackson says, oh, same day as if it was 2 hours later. 17 hours with over 100 fatalities. You send one person from the office alone, and you leave over 100 people laying there. What the hell is wrong with you? This lady clearly does not pay attention to detail. She does not like to write reports or finish reports, and she clearly is a hack. Yeah, they had to take them in not just ambulance and fire trucks, they took them in police cars. Okay? People had to use their patrol cars to transport these deceased people. Okay? Because she didn't show up for 17 hours. That's what happened. So the fact that Jackson
Hey,
just
thanks so much
hold
for
on,
watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I want
just tried to downplay that is disgusting to me. The club was small. It was tiny. People got trampled and got stuck inside because the pyrotechnics went off inside and lit the place up. People were trampled over and stuck inside. I believe the back door, I think, was chained shut or something. And so there was one door. They got trampled. They got stuck inside. It was horrific. It was bad. It was bad. It was very, very bad. And 17 hours she didn't show up. 17 goddamn hours. I don't think she's going to let them have their way with it. I think she's going to tell them they need to remove the texts on any of the slides that Hank objected to, and that they need to take some of them out. I think she'll probably let them keep some of them in, but not all of them. You know. Of course, that's exactly why they want it, and that's not proper. Oh, that sucks. But does it work now? Is it working better now that you turned it back on? I think, Hank's dealt with a lot when it comes to this too. He deals with harassment just like I do. His wife was just attacked. Like, come on. It's sad what happened with the station. And for him to say it was only a couple hundred, 1,512. I know the exact number. 1,512. It was not a political fight over who did what, when, where, why. She did not finish 1,512 autopsy reports. Over 1,500. It has nothing to do with politics. Okay? Nothing. Let her answer for herself, Mr. Jackson. I hope somebody's keeping a very close eye on whether they are speaking currently. Because it seems to me as if the defense is willing to play so dirty that they make up these excuses for their experts, they tell them said excuses, and then they use said excuses. Problem with that is they have this little thing that they underestimated called Hank. And Hank is going to bring it out if you're going to lie about it. Dr. Loposada has no credibility. You just said a car didn't hit him, but you also told the jury that you didn't take into consideration witness statements or the fact that there could be rocks underneath the surface of the grass and the ground, because you know by picture. By picture? You know by picture. Interesting. You just tried to say that he didn't have hypothermia or any signs of it, which it was a contributing factor. But the ME that opened him up and actually looked at him said he did. So who are they going to believe? The lady that actually looked at him, or you're relying solely on pictures? You are not at the scene. You did not ever look at that body. It's insane. A lot of us know what happened. So the fact that he sat there and lied, does he realize he's once again, he forgets he's not in California. We are in New England. Okay? We're in New England. Massachusetts, very well knows about the station nightclub fire. That was one of the most horrific things that happened. Even I remember that. And it was a long time ago. I was probably 18 or 17 or even younger when it happened. And I remember it. It was awful. People knew people who lost someone. People had family members who lost someone. Like everyone knew someone that was either hurt there, was there, and got out, or someone died. Okay. She should have never been allowed to testify. Dr. Russell should have never been allowed to testify. The fact that the judge keeps saying, like, I qualified Dr. Russell as an expert for dog bites because of her ER experience coupled with being an ME, that's absurd. That does not make you a dog bite expert. If all that makes you an expert is that you know a lot about a certain subject from reading it, then I'm a goddamn law expert. I'll tell you, I'm know 10 times as much as somebody like Melanie Little or the DUI guy or Nan Gallagher. These people have no idea what they're talking about. Say shit all the time that's completely false. And they know it. That's the part that bothers me. They know it. You know? It's really sad that this is what we're looking at, is having to deal with experts that are willing to lie for a paycheck. Listen, if you're an expert, isn't your job to get to the truth? I'm just saying. Isn't it to look at everything and try to get to the truth, not just to get the paycheck? I get it. And this is part of why paid experts are a problem in trials, because it just becomes a battle of what the truth is and what isn't the truth, and whether the jury can actually figure out which one of the experts is the lying one and which one actually looked at everything and did get to the truth. And that's a problem. Hiring an expert and the expert willing to make it fit your mold of your story as the defense to make a paycheck, that's a serious issue. It's a very serious issue. I get it. Defendants have to have, you know, a way to have a trial, but do they have to lie to have a trial? I don't think that's a requirement. And if we have experts who are supposed to be highly educated that are willing to just lie for a buck, how well does the justice system actually work? If that's what we allow, there has to be a better way. There just has to be. Just like I believe juries, there should be I mean, I don't know what's in the water in Florida, but in Florida, they have let quite a few murderers go. Quite a few. Very clear murderers go. For instance, the kid that killed his dad and then killed his mom a year later. Jury wasn't allowed to hear about how he killed his dad first. And they acquitted him. Now, how many of those jurors, after they got off that trial, found out that he killed his dad and have to live with that for the rest of their lives, knowing that they let that kid go and he may kill someone else? Casey Anthony, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, how many? What is in the water in Florida? What is going on there? You know? Of course it's the same for the prosecutor, but in this case, that's what has happened is the prosecutor has hired people and said, here's all of the evidence. Please come to a conclusion. The defense has left out things on purpose. If you're not giving all of the evidence, then you don't want the truth. It's really that simple. It should be a requirement that they are given everything, number one, which it usually is. And number two, that if they do not look at everything, they cannot be qualified as an expert. I don't know what's going on in Florida, but imagine how many of those jurors now, they have to live with that, right? They have to live with the fact that they let that kid go after he killed his father and then killed his mother, not knowing about the father ahead of time, because it would be, prejudicial is what the defense argued, prior bad acts, blah, 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 whatever. And he wasn't charged with it. So, but if I'm a jury member, now I have to live knowing that maybe in my state, there's someone who could kill someone else that I let free because it was information that there's got to be a better way. There has to be a better way. There just has to. Florida's got some, I don't know what is in the water over there, but the amount of murderers that they have let free in Florida is insane to me. Oh, she's absolutely going to play dumb. I don't remember. I can't remember those phone calls. I don't remember how many there were. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. It's the exact same thing she did that doesn't make her credible, though. If you can't remember and you resigned, that's something, don't you think you'd remember? You know, especially if you've been criticized on it numerous times in numerous cases. Come on. Come on. Oh, you got a combo? You got a combo? Does seem like it was the fire was in 2003, 3. She resigned in 05, I think. It was early 2000s. I hadn't thought that there were. As far as we knew, there was no x-rays. I don't know if they're trying to put into evidence x-rays of anyone's, like a person's body or arm or John's. Also remember that x-rays don't catch everything. So for instance, I had a fracture in my wrist and x-ray did not catch that. The doctor knew by moving my arm around the amount of pain where I could put, how far I could put my arm, and what I was telling him I could feel. And he could tell, and it didn't catch on an x-ray. So not everything's going to be caught on an x-ray either. Breaks should be caught, but fractures, things of that nature, or level 3 sprains, for instance, obviously that is not going to be on a x-ray. I had a level 3 sprain on my foot. I had to wear a boot for, I think it was 12 weeks. It was sucked while I worked at the prison nonetheless. So I had to work in the administration building instead of on the unit because I had the boot on my foot and I was pregnant, which made it even worse. There just has to be, right? There has to be a better way. There just has to be. She would say pigs fly if that's what got her the paycheck, Oh, yeah. Oh, that's gross, she said. That's gross. So tofu is gross, but like pulling organs out of the bodies aren't gross. That's not gross. I think tofu is gross, or the brain being as soft as tofu. And it is. It's soft. It's very soft. But that's gross, but nothing else is. You're an ME. Didn't you find that gross? That's a little strange to me. It's a little strange. As far as I knew, there was no x-rays. But maybe we were just never told that there were. I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to enter in John's x-rays. I don't know if they're trying to enter in x-rays of just someone else that had been x-rayed for autopsy. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. I heard her say she looked at x-rays, or that during autopsy she x-rayed people, but that's not true. You don't always get x-rayed when you're autopsied. At least not in this state. Maybe in other states. They did not x-ray my dad when they did his autopsy. There are no x-rays in his file. He was not x-rayed at all. I don't think so. I think this is going to be his first time is to start doing it now. Maybe there are. I don't know. As far as we knew, there weren't any because we had never seen any, right? So we assumed like there's no x-rays if we haven't seen them. But what are you trying to prove? We know there's no broken bones. So what exactly are you trying to prove with an x-ray? We know there's no broken bones. I mean, that's very clear. A broken bone, you wouldn't need, you don't always need an x-ray to see that something's broken, right? You can see that it's broken. So, I mean, I don't know what you would be looking for in an x-ray. Things like small fractures, hairline fractures don't always show up on an x-ray. So even if you had something small like a hairline fracture, you're not going to see that on an x-ray anyway. That's it. 2003. I knew it was around 2003, 2004-ish. Well, that's the thing. You can't say there's not a collision, but then show there's a collision. It's amazing to me. It is amazing. Has anybody ever a pimple on their nose before? I literally think I have a pimple like right here. It only hurts when I touch it, like right there. First time I've ever had a pimple on my nose before. Lemony potatoes marinade. Definitely not something I've tried before. I think I'm going to go with a salad today, maybe with chicken on it, because I'm feeling kind of salady and pita pockety. You know, it sounds like a good thing. She said they were coming back at 20 of. That's 3 minutes. I've never had one. It hurts. It hurts. I can feel it like right here. It's like on the cartilage of my nose, not on like the bone, but the cartilage. It's like right under the skin, like right here. I've never had a pimple on my nose before, but I'll tell you it hurts. It only hurts when you touch it though. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. Jack sends $15.44. Hello, hello, Jack. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. See, I do that too. I'm like, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't know either. Did the kids ever do that? I don't know. Nobody ever knows. I'm like, you know what? Then I'm just making it. How about that? How about I'm just going to make it and you're going to like what you get and you don't get upset. That's what my grandmother used to say. You like what you get and you don't get upset. Because whatever she's making is what you're having. When I was a kid, they made you sit at the table and you had to have a glass of milk before you could have a glass of like juice or soda, except if it was, a Friday and you had pizza, then you could have soda, but you can't have soda or juice unless you have a glass of milk first. That's how it went in my family. My grandmother was Irish Catholic and that's the way she did things. So I'm trying to see. So remember, there's no, court stuff today for the sewer turtle. That stuff is tomorrow. So they think it'll last, I think, the whole day tomorrow. But I think he made a grave mistake by picking a bench trial, which is just a judge. And he ended up with Judge Pomerol, which is the judge ultimately that sent him to jail or had a hand in sending him to jail. So I don't think the judge, never mind, it didn't really matter what judge she got. The judge has to follow the case law, the law. And so is it more likely than not that he broke the restraining order? Well, there's evidence, there's pictures, there's video. Why you would take something like this to trial and not try to get a deal, I have no friggin' idea. You are not a smart person at that point. I think all he wants to do is do what the defense in the Karen Reed case does, make a mockery of the justice system. Make a mockery of the justice system, try to drag your victim through other people on the stand, making comments, doing things of that nature. That's all he really cares about, is making a huge spectacle out of it. It's what happens when you deal with ego and when you deal with someone that's a narcissist. That's true, Alicia. It's not. And I might want a Greek salad, Anna. That's the kind of salad I would get, Greek. It hurts, though. I mean, I know she's a pain in the ass, but this pimple hurts. I'm not going to lie. It's bothering. It's a bother. I'm going to have to put a pimple patch on. That's what I'm going to have to do. You guys ever have those like circle pimple patches? I have them stashed away for when I ever get them. And once in a blue moon, I'll get one like down here or over here. And apparently now on my nose. So I'm going to have to put a pimple patch on it. That's what's going to have to happen. My daughter actually, I kid you not, my little asked me for Stitch pimple patches. Stitch is coming back now, guys. All right. Lilo and Stitch came out when my sisters were little. And yeah, the hokey pokey pimple pokey, right? And she wants Stitch pimple patches because she saw them. She saw them. One of her friends had them. And so she wanted, I have the star ones. I have the circle ones and I have the star ones. I have the clear ones and I have the star ones. But she wants the Stitch ones. And I looked them up the other day and I was like, those are expensive. I am not paying that's crazy money for pimple patches just because they have Stitch on them. That's not a thing. It's not happening. Yeah, my kid loves Stitch. The only thing she doesn't have is Stitch curtains she wants for her room and a Stitch lamp and Stitch shoes. It's the only 3 things I think she doesn't own a Stitch. Everything else she has. She has a Stitch blanket. She has a Stitch hat, Stitch clothes, Stitch pajamas. She even has Stitch slippers, Stitch ears, Stitch backpack. It's like a purse, like a little backpack. Yeah, Mighty patches. That's what I have. I have the Mighty patches. I have one Mighty patch, and then I have one of a different brand I got in like my FabFitFun box from last season or something. I think it was last season or the season before. And that's what I got. But my kid loves Stitch. She loves it. It's her favorite thing. That, and she's into the girly stuff like makeup. She likes me to teach her to do her eyeshadow. The other day, my sister-in-law was here, and she was like, "Oh my God, who did your eyeshadow?" And my dad was like, "Me." And she was like, "Who taught you? That looks so good." And she was like, "Mommy did." Like, she was so proud of herself. And she does a pretty good job, not gonna lie. For her age, she does a pretty good job of doing eyeshadow. No. I can answer that right now. No. The judge would not be replaced. Nope. Would not be replaced. Nope. She's the Chief Justice over there. So if the case came back, she would take it again. Just as she did when it came to the other officer's trial, which also had a mistrial first. And then they got a conviction the second time. She did the case twice. So, well, not only does she know the case best, but she's not going to pass it off to someone else. And usually it's a rotation in that court, so the cases get rotated out to different judges. The problem is because she's the Chief Justice, she doesn't have to rotate it out. She can just keep it. And so that is what she has done with this case, is keep it. And I do not think that if, God forbid, there was another retrial, that she would keep it. Absolutely not. I also don't think there'll be a retrial because I think she will be found guilty. I think the defense knows that she's going to be found guilty. The Daybell case, yeah. I found it weird he came in a wheelchair. He didn't need a wheelchair before that. But no, she wouldn't have to give up the case. Yeah, that, no, they are, the DAs are elected. They're not appointed, but the judges are appointed. The DAs are elected. But Norfolk County has had the same DA for 30, 40 years, although I do think he needs to be replaced. That is something I have not been shy about. I'm not a fan of DA Morrissey by any stretch of the imagination. I think he needs to be replaced. I think he's run his time out in Norfolk County. I think Norfolk County deserves someone new, someone with more time on their hands, fresh eyes, and a better understanding of how to protect victims, because he has utterly failed in that department when it comes to this case and many others. So I am not opposed to DA Morrissey being completely voted out and someone else being voted in. She's definitely not going to retire. Most of them don't retire until they're pretty old. So what's the record for mistrials in her court? It's a good question. I have no idea. Oh, we know of at least 2. We know of at least 2. So I don't know. That's a good question. There's a way to look it up, but I never really thought to. I knew of that, Karen's and then the other officer. So we know of at least 2, judge threw her ass out of court the other day. See, that's the thing. When a judge has control over their courtroom, they can ask anybody to leave their courtroom for any reason, including the sewer turtle. Listen, you have been charged with intimidating witnesses in this very case. There is no reason you should be allowed in that courtroom. If I'm that judge, you are not coming into my courtroom. Sorry, not sorry. It could sway the testimony one way or another. People could be afraid. Absolutely not. You are not going to be allowed into my courtroom. A lot of states, judges are voted on, okay? And they get voted in. If they do a bad job, guess what? They're voted out. That needs to happen here, okay? We have far too many bad judges or shitty judges. Not even just bad, but shitty. They just don't do a good job. And nothing ever happens to them. So that leads to corruption, right? It leads to corruption and judges just doing whatever they want, knowing there's no consequences to that because they're not going to be voted out, right? it never makes it. There are at least a handful of judges that have been voted into committee for those to be removed, those judges to be removed from the bench. None of those ever make it out of committee to a vote to actually remove them. And that's what happens in Massachusetts. There's a reason why these judges think that they can just do whatever they want and nothing ever happens. Well, that's why they're not voted in. And I think that needs to change in this state. That judges do need to be voted on. You need to be voted in or out by people, not just appointed. We didn't appoint you. Someone else did. Someone else thought you were a good judge or would be a good judge. I think the citizens have a right to vote on their judges. If a judge is not doing a good job, I think they should be voted out. You know? Yeah. I think the DA's office made it very clear that they would retry this case until the cows come home, if they had to. It's what they said the last time. So they didn't care how many times. You have to remember, the DA's office has endless money. So it might cost a lot of money, but they don't care. They'll spend it again. They'll spend it again. And they made it very clear last time that they were not going to drop the case. They were going to retry. And I don't see, with DA Morrissey being in there, that not happening again. You know? I just don't. Yeah. I don't know who that is, but I would be hesitant to have someone replace him that's running on that. You know what I mean? You'd have to run on something else other than this case for me to vote you in. It certainly wouldn't be you saying a third trial would be too expensive or it's not worth it or something of that nature, because I would not be voting you in for that. OJ's judge. Oh yeah. You know, that's the thing. It has to be the judge that says no. And in my opinion, I'm sorry, but Judge Cannoni does not have enough backbone to do that. She just doesn't. She has no control over what's going on in her courtroom. Also, she said at 20 minutes of, we're down to 10 minutes of, and she's still not back. You know? I have no idea what he said. I don't watch his shows. So, I don't know. He got a press pass this morning from someone who didn't show up. So he was obviously an alternate. Still can't get past Karen talking about being happy about OJ. Yeah, that was a weird statement to make about the OJ trial and her trial. Like, you're drawing the correlation that you're guilty and you should just get away with it. No later than 1:45. Right. Here we are, 1:50. Well, that's the thing. You have to remember, it would be just like hiring experts they already hired. So they wouldn't be doing like all of the testing they've already done because they have those results, right? There might be some new testing of some sort, of some kind, but it wouldn't be the stuff they already did. You know? It's a possibility, that's for sure. As Judge says, John, quote, about one guilty person go free than 100. I would not want any guilty people to go free at all. If you know somebody is guilty, and in this case, Karen Reed, in my opinion, is extremely guilty. She hit John. She left him there. She drove away. And she has ruined hundreds and affected hundreds of lives since because she can't take responsibility. It's really that simple. So I don't give a shit if they have to try her 5 times until they get a guilty verdict. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, I know. I don't think any innocent people to go to jail, but Karen Reed's not innocent. So there's that. I have no problem with Karen going to jail because she's not an innocent person. Not by any stretch of the imagination. There's nothing factually innocent about her. I love when the cult screams that. Factually innocent? What fact? What fact shows that she's innocent? Please give me one. There aren't any. They don't exist. There's no facts. that she is innocent because she is not. There are facts that she is guilty. Like, I don't know, backing your car up at 24 miles an hour. I mean, you just do that for funsies, right? I mean, she wasn't trying to hit John, right? She was just doing that for funsies. What explanation could you get from Karen Reed for a reason why she would be backing that car up at 24 miles an hour? Can't say you were doing it because it was happy time. You're happy to back your car up at 24 miles an hour? No, you would have been pissed off and enraged, right? But you didn't hit John. You just did it for funsies. Come on, guys.
All right, the jury is coming
Toilet
over.
wine.
I just wanted to tell you what
Toilet
I was
wine.
able to do during the lunch break. So,
Toilet wine.
Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this
Dina.
witness. I'll allow
Yeah,
in 1 and 2.
Dina.
I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one. The case.
Yeah, I'm not the law. In the eyes of
I'm
me,
not going to let
she's
you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar. All right. And also, I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding
not the law. So
what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look at Dr. Wrenchler's
I'll caught
PowerPoint.
you in a lie.
And at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise. Any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Wrenchler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look
No?
at it, yes. You can look at it while we're bringing the jury in.
We have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that I'd like to be able to. 137.
Mr. Alessi, please.
Yeah, shut the hell up. He's whining already. Wah, wah, wah. Your Honor, that's not fair. Pound fist.
136,
scream yell.
137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way, right?
Yeah, my problem isn't people making money. They have to do it to keep their channels going and to make a living. And every creator should be making money. That's their job. My problem is when they blatantly lie on purpose to get it. That's where it crosses the line for me. Oh my God, she needs to hurry up. I have to go to the bathroom. I have to conspiracize in the bathroom so badly. So, like, come on, Kanoni. You know what? I'm gonna go pee while she lets in the jury. I'll be right back.
Tori?
Please rise for the jury. open session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Dr. Loposada.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner,
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes,
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
yes, I have.
And coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes,
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's
Liar.
not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence.
So that's what you
The
did.
evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence
doesn't
because
even
you already
realize
made your mind up,
He's
that
impeaching
could
her.
create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
You didn't.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
And the last time you took physics was probably
Yep.
undergrad?
Correct.
She
Thank
forgot what she
goodness.
said before lunch
You
already.
have no
Already
study
forgot.
in biomechanical engineering.
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash,
Oh.
station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical
Oh, really?
examiner, should have gone out to the scene
Without
to
any
look at
basis.
the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As
That's a
soon as
lie.
I got a call that there
That
was
is a
that
lie.
fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in
One,
constant communication with him throughout
he
the
called her.
early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical
That's a lie.
examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical
liar.
examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my
One.
job would be at the office to get things all
No.
set up to handle
She
the
didn't want to.
influx of deceased.
Did you
17 hours,
receive
she didn't want
criticism
to.
that over 17 hours, there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There
Yep.
was,
I'm going to allow it in a different.
yeah, that's incorrect.
on, Dr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just-
Oh. Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Wow.
Ask him differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
What are you so afraid of, lady?
Did you receive criticism that officials?
Just saying.
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours, officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody
didn't.
called me to go. I would have gone if I needed
You
to.
did call.
I had my
Your investigator
investigator
told on
there.
you. lady.
It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
No, it wasn't.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you
It's a liar.
inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we
Oh, so it was
couldn't
just-
do a good job for the state. And
Oh,
I'd done
okay.
it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years. which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a
please.
good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I
She's
resigned.
a liar.
Did you resign
Liar.
shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Yep.
Same year?
Yes.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Yes.
After you resigned,
Come on,
you
Libby.
opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How
Gee, I
much
wonder
of
why.
your business is consulting?
It's a consulting
All of it?
practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
Most.
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
Bullshit.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time.
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr.
Correct.
Loposada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please.
Lady's a liar. State of Rhode
Now, would
Island
it be fair to
disagrees with
say,
you.
Dr. Loposada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke
If you
the
can
skin.
tell what didn't, you should be able to tell what
When
did,
you were
no?
asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No,
No, an object?
if it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
5'11", 7 foot? What?
And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No,
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
no, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No,
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
that's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Really? Because Karen said
Is
she
there
pulled
any
glass
scratches on the left side?
out of his
Do
nose.
we have a photo of the left side,
That would be sharp, no?
please? And that, you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing like a knife,
Oh,
and
really?
a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Wow, doctor.
Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
5'11" to
No.
7 feet. Yeah, around there.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was
Like
no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side.
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side.
Right, Grave? Say that again. This woman's lost her
And you
ever
said
loving
that could
mind.
not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means
Okay.
a bladed
Karen says it
sharp
was.
cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
Shocker.
And you would
That would be
say
sharp,
that
no?
that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could
Not
not
sharp. Be
have
sharp.
been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object,
Would
like a sharp object, like it's not
You
an
can take that down, please.
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something
Gotcha.
sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
Yeah, glass is sharp, lady. Sorry to tell you. Gotcha.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some
Exactly.
superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going
Oh.
to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed.
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
Oh, okay. Well, Karen says she did, so. Or she went back.
I just want to ask you
I
a
pulled it
very
out
few questions
before.
about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees.
Yes.
And there's different ways to take somebody's or body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature. So that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically, you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia. When
At
you
95 degrees?
at 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard or what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside
Not what
and they're
he's saying,
alive
lady.
and they're lying in the snow and
Idiot.
it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour.
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No,
it?
no. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is
Can.
in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes
Thanks,
down
doctor.
and you're
Appreciate that answer.
hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive
Bingo.
from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could
So you
also
died
be
in 20
consistent with
minutes.
somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing.
do.
They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No,
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Loposada?
no.
How
Because
so,
if someone can
doctor?
drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate. Say they'd lose 3 degrees. And then after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees. That would still fit be consistent with the drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees, to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
No.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an
Ask the question.
advocate.
Answer the
As
question.
far as your medical opinion,
So sustained and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Loposada,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
answer it.
as far as your
Answer.
medical experience, could somebody be alive outside in the cold below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure,
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
sure.
That's the question, doctor.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight. And you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No,
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
he has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Loposada, have you seen this video before?
She's a dumbass.
No,
No.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
Sidebar for what? No need for a sidebar. He has the right to ask the question. Thanks, Rescue Randy. We appreciate you, Rescue Randy. I mean, this lady just said no, no, no 3 or 4 times and then had to say yes. Like, nobody's saying he got hypothermia and died from the hypothermia, Dr. Jackass. Okay? So the fact that you just said no, 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 just because you wanted to say, I don't even think she understood what she was saying no to. She just wanted to say no because she thought that he was trying to make his point. Except you then had to concede to it, lady. You're not coming across good for the jury. Not helping the defense. I don't know why anybody hires you. I wouldn't hire you if you were the last ME on earth, especially with your track record. Nobody called you. Now, I'll point out that in another proceeding just a few years ago, she told the jury that she didn't remember the phone calls. Not that nobody called her, but that she didn't remember the phone calls. Okay? That she didn't remember them. Except the problem with that is that the investigator that she sent out there, the one lonesome guy that she sent to the station nightclub fire for the 100+ fatalities, he kept calling her, and she refused to come. 17 hours that guy sat on the scene. They had an entire report about it. Does she really think that, like, by saying, like, there's no credibility there? They had An audit, lady. An audit. But thanks for using the ARCA video to prove that she's a liar. Good question. Where did he go, Sunken? I'm gonna turn the TV on, close it. Thanks, babe. Did you say breakfast? I thought I heard him say breakfast. I'm like, well past breakfast, bud. He's got home from work. Yeah, where'd he go? Well, she clearly doesn't know the facts of the case, right? So Francesca said she just did the math. It fits within the window. John's body temperature dropping more gradually when alive and then speeding up when his heart stopped before he was found. Now, but if you remember, he kind of caught her anyway on her own BS because she's the one who said he died within 15 or 20 minutes. So if he died within 15 or 20 minutes of being hit, then I mean, his body temperature would go down faster, right, doctor? Right, doctor? Or the defense's theory, their ridiculous theory that he somehow was dragged out there. Where's the drag marks? Why is there ground underneath him? There'd be snow, Dr. Loposada. If he wasn't there since 12:30 when it started to snick. I remember Snick. That was Nickelodeon at night. Stick, then why is there ground underneath him? It would have been snow, you absolute effing genius. Like, do they actually, like in real life, think these things through ever before they spurt them out? Like, hey, we can't say that because this possibility and this possibility rules that out. Like, no, they don't even know. They don't even think about it. He ran away. He's probably going on the run again. I say again. Right? Even the mannequin. Rescue Randy! Dun 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 dun! The turd got flushed down the toilet. He's back in the sewer where he belongs. Or maybe in the bathroom crying. Maybe. Binky and diaper time. But she said he died in 20 minutes. So, I mean, he would have cooled anyway, right? Like, but she was saying that you can't cool alive and then cool down more when you're dead. Of course you can. People live in avalanches. Like
All
she
right,
just
so
said,
jury, I'm going to
for
strike
hours, sometimes days before they die.
last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
Too late. Too late.
Dr. Loposada, after you received materials,
Bingo. That's
did
what
you
you're supposed
ever ask for any additional materials?
to- Russian soldier.
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigation, and witness statements.
They wanted to
I
strike the
felt I
video.
had a pretty complete
Jerry's already seen it.
database.
What's toothpaste
I
back in the
didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
Oh, I have.
That was newer.
It was a joke.
Yes.
I've
You
said
said
plenty
a
of
medical
things to
examiner
do.
has to make a determination in 90 days.
hilarious.
Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Loposada.
They struck the video in the last part of the questioning, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The jury just saw it. You can't make them unsee it.
Yes.
Sorry, not sorry. Do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button.
Dr. Loposada,
Hold on one second.
Donate to the channel if you can. We could really use that help.
Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I proceed? Thank you.
Hey, but shoot,
Dr.
big back.
Loposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool.
Still
at
trying to say it's the
would it
basement.
Cool at the rates that you
Oh,
earlier
sorry, the
described?
garage now.
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold.
absolutely.
There's him trying to infer it's the garage.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
For fuck's sake. This is where he wants to try to bring in the garage some more and talk about the garage, which is improper. Nobody was in the goddamn garage. That's number 8, in case you guys are wondering. Right? He does need to park that idea. I mean, come on. First it's the basement, now it's the garage. Like, come on, man. It is insane. And remember, we're going to get to Dr. Wrenchler today, but it's going to be all Jackson questioning. They are throwing things at the wall. They are. Right? She saw him go in the door, peek his head in the door, remember? Not the basement, not the garage. Like, come on, man. My grandparents had a heated garage when they were alive. God rest their souls. Their house had a heated garage. It was heated. Yeah, she claims she picked the glass out of his face. That was bad for Karen. She claims she picked a piece of glass out and he spurted blood. So, I mean, that couldn't have happened, Dr. Loposada. Could it have? Do me a favor, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. Those things are free to do and helps the channel. The little emojis on the side, those help the channel too. It sort of kicks in the algorithm for it to be recommended to other people that like true crime, hopefully. Unfortunately, I think it's just recommending it to people who are watching stuff that have to do with Karen Reed. And a lot of those people are, we want normal people. That's what we want, normal people. But if you can, these are the ways you can donate to the channel. We could use the help. We're only a small channel. We're still trying to, branch out and make a bigger community. So every dollar counts. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We also have a link for those of you who want to do it just credit or debit. You could remain anonymous. Just write A or ANON and we won't read your name. Usually you guys just write your screen name in and I thank you that way. Otherwise I just read it as anonymous. All the information for the link itself, we put it in chat, but if you're on X, it is in the description of the video itself on YouTube, and it's also in the description of the channel itself on YouTube. They're not going to finish today because they need 3 hours. They need 3 hours with Dr. Wrenchler. 3 to 4 hours with Dr. Wrenchler is what Alan Jackson said. So there's no chance they finish today. Tomorrow, I think they'll finish. The defense will. But then the Commonwealth has at least
2 rebuttal witnesses. So it looks like the defense is not going to call their dog guy, Mr. Garrett Wing. And so the defense doesn't, I mean, the Commonwealth does not have to call theirs as a rebuttal. Looks like they're just going to call Maureen Hartnett, and I wrote it down. God, I wrote it down. I'm sure they are. Sad effing people. You know, we're planning a cookout if she's convicted. And if she's not, well, then life moves on and it's really sad for the family and we'll be there to support them, but we're not going to riot. So absurd. Like, that tells you how put together these people are. You know? They have redirects, yes, they do. They have 2 at least rebuttal witnesses. I wrote it down somewhere, but I have so many notes on this. Something like, unless he looked like Harold in the Purple Crayon. I literally have 4 pages left in this whole notebook that are empty. Yeah, because of the defense dealings. Let's see. Trying to see where I wrote down. It's day 20. Write the days down on top. You're more than welcome to. Yeah, they're watching his everything, so he's an idiot. You know? Dr. Wrenchler is still waiting in the hall. He will be called. They'll be done with her soon. At least I hope so. What the hell is what? I don't know what they did, but that's why I have my own channel. I don't agree with things that certain people do. That's why I have my own channel. I have this thing called a moral compass that I like to try to follow. All right. Looks like a doctor of some sort. I didn't recognize the name. Maureen Hartnett I did, but I didn't the other one. And I wrote it down real quick. I know. Peggy. Well, yeah, he is. And hopefully sooner than later, he goes there where he belongs, to a jail cell. You know? Where he belongs, that's for sure. Where the hell is it? I know I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't know where. Dr. Russell calling things punctate. I found that funny. Oh, we're having one of those too. We're having a big old party for that. Like a really large one for that. That might need a hall. You know what I mean? It might need a hall. Exactly. Let them. They'll go to jail, get arrested, be charged for following their idiotic leader that can't stop committing crimes even while he's out on bail. Yeah, that's definitely the guy they should follow, and definitely the guy they should keep sending money to. It's a great idea, let me tell you. Peggy deserves to heal. Paul deserves to heal and be left the fuck alone. Lindsay deserves to heal and be left the hell alone. People are still harassing Leah, all right? Like, if you're still harassing Leah Genduso, there's something seriously wrong with you. And I don't care what day of the week it is, what month, what year, I will always have Leah's back. I will always have Lindsay's back. They're very different people, but they're also awesome in their own ways. And to keep harassing these women instead of the abuser himself, and I don't mean by harassing him, but I mean by telling him about himself, like, hey, buddy, we know that you're a fraud. If anybody's a fake victim, it is Aiden Kearney. He is the perpetual fake victim. Yeah, it's still a sidebar, I guess. I guess. We've been at sidebar. Oh, looks like we're coming back. They are like little cockroaches. A cucaracha, a cucaracha. Why can't I find this thing that I wrote down? I literally wrote it down because I remember. What is happening here? I know that I wrote it down. Dr. Isaac Wolf. Saw him. He's the brain surgeon.
Yes.
Here's the empty
Dr.
pages.
Loposada, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays
Yes,
and the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
yes,
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
yes, they are.
Did you find any, you reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
none.
May I approach you?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have one?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
You don't
have
know?
them Up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big,
Yep.
the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked in the evidence for reasons that we discussed in sidebar.
So those
For
will be,
what?
and if you're objecting to this, Mr. Bennett? Okay, well, even the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark the flash drive, and you can just go ahead and put it in evidence. We'll mark the flash drive. Flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of paper. And you can go ahead and show them. All right, jurors, we're gonna make this one really quick.
Yeah, right. Yeah, freaking right. This is number 9. Since she says it's really quick, I'm not gonna. Always. I'm not gonna play the thing because it's gonna take. Yeah, the X-rays. I believe that's what we're talking about here. Kate, she's on Kevin's channel usually, I believe. She's usually over on Kevin's channel. I believe these are the x-rays. I don't know where they're from. I have no idea. We have no idea. I have no idea if they're John's x-rays. I have no idea if they're someone else's x-rays that we're going to talk about. I have no idea. As far as we knew, there was no x-rays done. Maybe that's just something they never revealed. Oh, yeah, I'll shut it off in a minute. The kids. Well, that's the thing. We don't even know where these are. These John's x-rays? Whose x-rays are these? Like, even if they are, we just had this discussion, like hairline fractures, things of that nature won't be shown on an x-ray.
Thank you so much.
I have rectal temperature. That's how they usually, like, if it's the most accurate, that's why. The judge allowed it, which I don't think she should have. Once again, if this is something they wanted, they should have brought it in a long time ago.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by our designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
HHH, 290, 229A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need to wait. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hughes,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a X-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. Let me have this marked as next in order.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
They made these giant ones on purpose.
The 229B.
There wasn't any x-rays as far as we knew.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have no answers to where that came from, guys. I have no idea.
Yes, this is another X-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, Doctor. With the court's permission, next in order is C is in Charlie.
Yes.
It's to make everything more dramatic, of course. Dramatic from the defense.
229C.
Basically saying that he didn't break anything. Okay, cool. That doesn't
Dr.
mean this
Loposada, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
fracture or healing
Anything,
fracture.
Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Loposada, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye, lady. There's nothing for him to say. I wouldn't have questioned Your Honor either. What's he gonna say? Why do you have a? That proves absolutely nothing. Thanks, Dougie. I appreciate that. But they didn't do anything bad because he was a suicide. So there was no reason to do X-rays, and so they didn't
All right, is there anything else?
do any.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Oh my God, your poor husband, Mrs. 101. Tell him I said he's a rock star. Absolute rock star. Your husband is 50 miles an hour. He's a freaking rock star. But again, you can be hit at 20 miles an hour and have a bunch of broken bones, or be hit at 30 and not have any. It's, again, that's why every accident is different, you know? Right? How about you get some of this crap done, Canoni? Like, you know, exactly. You can get freaking flung across the street and still not get any. Somebody was looking out for your husband, that's for sure. Good for him. He must have somebody up there keeping an eye on him. He's got some angels. I don't fucking know. I don't even know if this is the sidebar. Like, what is this? What is happening? More wasted time? This was a sidebar. Cool. That's number 10, I think.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite
Like, what the?
Dr. Andrew Wrenchler to join us.
Okay. Hi, Eileen. We do have quite a hilarious chat. We do. We do. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, that's sad. That's so sad. Just sad. Loposada's done. Yeah, they should be doing Dr. Wrenchler now.
If while you're waiting, you guys want to hit the like button, donate to the channel if you can. It's very helpful to us. We rely on your kindness to keep the channel running. These are the ways you can do it. It's also in the description of the video.
Court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Feels good.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Wrenchler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at
He
at
wasn't
ARCA?
That's correct,
vice
yes, sir.
president last
How,
time.
are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, and a vertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, it's like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
You know, we have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Wrenchler.
Sure.
Oh, yay. You're so special. Did you bring
For
Dr.
the
Wolf with
MRAP,
you?
which are the mine-resistant ambush-protected armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the
No.
soldiers' spines.
You don't
And we're
say.
seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from
Couldn't
the
be
blast
punched.
and the
He
movement
said
of the
couldn't be
vehicle and
punched.
help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of
Talking about
Player
two
Safety
different
there, the National
cuts.
Hockey
Back
League.
of the head,
We look
in
at
front of the
the
face.
equipment. We look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up
Shocker.
against the glass.
Oh, no, not
And
that.
they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and
Was,
Montreal that
but it
caused
disappeared.
the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest.
Nobody
And
cares.
we used
Nobody
crash
cares.
test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the
We
boards,
know.
it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck
5'11",
injuries as a result of
7
player
feet.
interaction at that part of the rink.
You
Hockey
know,
players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said
Dr.
you used the
Wrenchler
50
from ARCA.
hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD, to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contractor commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th
Please.
percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash
No, it's
test
not.
dummies. And
It's
you're
not a
probably
crash
most
test.
familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that. And they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is. Yes, sir.
Dr. Wrenchler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move and moves forward? Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? that allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism. And in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Wrenchler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before. Yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an ethics sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities. So we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Wrenchler, about how you began working on this particular case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
Objection. Are they trying to make
It
themselves
wasn't an insurance
independent
company, was
again?
it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right. Did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is,
Yes.
yeah, with respect to the head, is that what? Yes,
as it relates to the head.
Yes. Well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp, but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah. And so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case.
Objection.
And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Sorry.
The
Not buying
undertaking,
it.
the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of
As a disaster,
engineering?
Anna.
It was, yes.
As a size medium disaster.
Opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, a head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
Well, you have to look at the kinematics associated with that. And that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify?
Yes.
This year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in
We-
furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
What's he going to say in his closing statement? Because he can't say anything he said in his opening statement that he promised the jury, because he can't give any of that to them. None of it. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. So what is he going to do? The ship is sinking, my friends. The ship is sinking. They're not calling their dog trainer. They're not calling Proctor, Alberts, Higgins. I think they knew this was over 2 weeks ago, to be honest. And I think right now it's just about trying to make a mistrial happen, trying to make fetch happen. You know, the whole pounding the lectern and screaming and yelling like Alessi and Jackson do. This cannot stand. Well, it will. This cannot happen. This cannot be allowed. You cannot be allowed, sir. The friggin' pain that you have put on so many families and people cannot be allowed. Yet, here we are, right? Here we are. I mean, I think this jury's ready to deliberate. What do you think? I think they're ready to deliberate. I think they've been ready for a long while to deliberate. You know? I do. I really, really do. Hugs, Jesse. We do have a similar history. A lot of us do. So we get it, you know? But that's, I think, why I want my community to be a place where people feel home at home. Like this is a place that they enjoy being, and this is a place where they can laugh if they need to, because life can be tough, and they can come and find support. And when we're not live, we have a Discord, and you'll always find someone there, you know, that's awake, because we're in all different time zones all over the world. And I don't understand why other creators don't spend the time to integrate their audience into their shows. I think it's an important part. And I don't know everything, right? I know a lot about the law, but I certainly don't know everything about everything. And you guys bring so much real life experience and intelligence and happiness and funny moments to not just this chat, but this community, that I feel like there are so many creators missing out on that. I'm lucky, I guess,
when it comes to my community, but I think people don't take the time to build that type of community they want. It's a free for all. And I'm going to tell you guys, I'm probably not going to be one of those people that always agrees with you. You know, a lot of us agree on this case. We probably don't all agree on the little details of it, but we agree at least that this has been a circus. You know what I mean? This has been a huge circus. And I think there will be plenty of other cases where maybe we don't agree, but you can still come and watch and we can still figure it out together, right? I don't think communities have to be the places that they are when you're dealing with people like the sewer turtle and some of these law tubers, where if your opinion is not the same, it's constant insult that they harass you when you're not. Like, the amount of harassment I get on a daily basis from these people is like sick. The private messages, the phone calls, the text messages, the emails, the bashing on social media from people who don't even know me and have never met me a day in their lives. They have a lot to say about me, though, even though they've never met me and don't know me. That's not normal behavior. That's sick behavior. And I can imagine that the amount that I'm getting is probably ramped up times 10 for the O'Keefe family. And I know that it has been to Lindsay. And I know that even Leah, years later, is still dealing with trolls. How sad do you have to be? How? You idolize the sewer turtle that much that you feel it's necessary?
That was about scheduling. We picked
Oh,
up
yeah.
a lot of time today. I think it was
About
because we
scheduling.
could spend less time at
Sure.
sidebar, less time doing things outside your
That was number
presence.
11, by the way.
So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're
Oh,
expecting
my
a full day tomorrow. I can tell you.
You said that
I'll just tell
yesterday.
you that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so
Winding
please,
down, yeah,
those
okay.
same three cautions: do not discuss this case.
Come on,
Anyone,
dude.
don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
I think they're going to come back
If you
fast, too.
happen to see,
I agree.
hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please continue to be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you ready to start at 9 o'clock.
She says that every morning, and we never start at 9. Ever. We're going to wait around anyway for a minute and see if they let Dr. Wrenchler go and then argue something. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure what trial is next. I am covering the Idaho 4 case. That's not until August. So if you guys have suggestions of trials that start in between, I'm down for taking suggestions on some of that. You know? Some of the people like that are the worst, Inc. I'm sorry. You can listen, you can call me and text me anytime. Even if you don't want to call, you can text me anytime you need me. Or anytime you just want to scream or yell or laugh. Even.
All right.
Yeah.
So first of all, anybody object if
Believe me, I
give
get it. I've been dealing
Ms.
with it for a long
McLaughlin
time.
back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me? Any objection to that? Thank you. All right, so Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23. The word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75,
The whole
and
thing.
76.
Screw it. The whole thing.
Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether
unacceptable.
foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to
Hold on.
exclude
Tried to
if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23. Now, as I said to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to
a lot of
the
incidents. Believe me, I
Commonwealth,
get
if
it.
there's no
get it.
objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement. Okay. All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Wrenchler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf,
Okay.
depending on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect I'll probably.
And they love you.
An hour and 10 minutes.
You're stuck with me
Okay.
now.
All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday
That's
at the
what I thought.
latest.
But I
But
thought,
that's,
By Monday. Based on our conversation.
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay. All right. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
5
We'll see
o'clock.
everybody tomorrow morning.
that's
Yes.
right.
Should I have Dr. Welch in tomorrow or wait for Wednesday?
Have them ready tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon? Okay. All right. We'll do that.
I think Mr. Lessing has one issue he'd like to address the court.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would.
Yes, we'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah, I said yesterday they'd come in, they're coming in. Okay, so those will be in
Yeah, shut
evidence.
the hell up.
Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay. All right, we're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh God, Beverly can only o'clock. She's got to get out of there before 4. It's just absurd. Absurd. It drives me absolutely bonkers because you waste a half hour now. You never continue on even a little bit past 4. Maybe you could have got at least, if you went a little past 4, you could have got at least an hour out of the 3 or 4 Jackson needs out of this guy already done. Like, what the hell? I know, Carolyn. I know. Believe me, my friend, I get it. He is mind numbing to have to listen. They could have went until 4 and a little bit after 4. We're on track. We're ahead of schedule. That's BS. They were told 6 to 8 weeks. We are halfway through week 8. Halfway through week 8. So that's already over the amount of time. Already, right? Which Friday? This Friday, next Friday, 3 Fridays from now? Like, come on now. I guesstimated Monday or Friday it would go to the jury, but if Jackson doesn't hurry up, and depending on who does rebuttal, on the rebuttal, like who does the cross on the rebuttal witnesses, I don't know. I think it can take 1 day to do the rebuttal witnesses for Hank. So if he gets through Dr. Wrenchler, we can get Dr. Welcher back up there tomorrow at some point. And then the other person. So yeah, by Friday, it should go to the jury. Right? No kidding, J-Rock. No freaking kidding. Today, as Bev says, we are finally on track. Yeah, ahead of schedule, on track. It doesn't make sense. Kindergarten hours is right. That's the thing. That's the problem. Is she takes these long 40, 50-minute morning breaks, which are literally supposed to be 10 to 15 minutes. That's it. 10 to 15 minutes. That's it. It's not supposed to be longer than that. 40, 50. Look at the court reporter. This poor lady. She's like, Alessi. Nope. This is what she thinks of Alessi. Not for nothing, but I think the whole jury thinks that of him. I think it was a grave mistake to put him on the defense team and think that he would do well, having never done a criminal trial a day in his life. You do an extended over an hour lunch. Lunch is supposed to be 40 minutes, by the way. An hour and 20 minutes. So you're wasting 2 hours out of a 7-hour day? So not even a 7-hour day? Because technically I start a half hour earlier. We're at 7 hours and 11 minutes right now. I start at 8:30. So out of a 6 hour, you're spending 4 and some change actually doing testimony? Like, come on. Oh, yeah, they're going to fight over jury instructions, but they're going to have to start doing that now. That's something they're going to have to start doing now. That's not something they can do later on because they can't take a day and a half to fight over jury instructions. She's got to be ready to give it. And I think they hammered out some of it already a while back. Yeah, 40, 45 minutes this morning, because they want to know why. It's because she gave the jury 20 minutes and then she gives herself another 20 minutes on top of, her having to be there for however long during that break. It's like, suck up the break, Your Honor. The jury wants to go home. You get paid for this. They don't. You get paid a lot of money. Suck it up through the break. You don't need a break. Some people who work 6-hour shifts don't even they get one 15-minute break. Like, come on. Can you imagine her working a regular, 8-hour job? She'd think that two of those hours are breaks. Like, that's not the way it works, Your Honor. You get one 15-minute break. That's it. Yeah, you're not doing them a favor by letting them go early. You're making it take longer. Maybe even an entire. See, think about that. A half hour early, multiple days in a row. How many hours that added up to? Even half hour early for 2 days is one whole hour. So for 4 days, that's 2 hours. You're talking about going through a half a day or a day that they could have been done with this. If they didn't take that Thursday off, that's a whole entire day. Oh, God, don't say that. Don't jinx us, Gladys. Don't jinx us. Don't jinx us. Well, that's the problem, Holly. If he does rebuttal, just add another, 2 days, 3 days. Oh, yeah, I know, right? It's more than an hour for the temper tantrums. Alma's right. I mean, just 1 hour? About 2 per day? And then Alessi's tantrums and Jackson's tantrums. And I mean, come on. It's getting a little ridiculous and a little absurd, if you ask me. I have my conspiracy notebook that is almost filled up. I have 2.5 pages left in the said conspiracy notebook. So, sorry, 3.5 pages left. This is it. This is all I got. That's it. If you count front and back, that's it. Everything else is, this whole notebook is filled. I think they will be done by Friday, if I think about it. Because if they finish Dr. Wrenchler tomorrow, and they start Dr. Welcher on rebuttal, because this is their last witness. This is the defense's last witness. This is it. And they rest. And the Commonwealth has 2 rebuttal witnesses. So Dr. Wrenchler and Maureen Hartnett, I think. It's either 2 or 3. She said 4 names yesterday. He said he wasn't doing 2 of them. So it was Dr. Wrenchler, Maureen Hartnett, that would be quick. Maureen Hartnett would be very quick. And there was one other person. I can't find it. I wrote it down. I can't find it. But so it's either 2 or 3 people. But Maureen Hartnett should be very quick. Dr. Welcher, he doesn't have to go over a whole thing. It's just that limited part of ARCA. So I don't think that would be super duper long, depending on the cross, obviously. But I do think that the jury would have this by Friday. Now, wouldn't it be great if we got a guilty on Friday, right before the weekend? Oh my God, that'd be so great. That would be amazing, actually. I would have to celebrate. I'm just saying. I absolutely would have to celebrate. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think there's a chance that there's going to be a mistrial. Karen herself basically told the jury that she drove drunk and shouldn't have. It's one of the charges. I mean, I don't know where the x-rays came from. I'm confused as well. I'm just as confused as you guys are about the x-rays. As far as I knew, there was no x-rays. So not sure why we're seeing them now. Not sure where they came from. No idea. I have no clue. I'm obviously going to have to try to do a little digging, but also I don't really know what x-rays prove. They don't prove that you weren't hit by a car. Doesn't prove that. Again, we've seen people get hit 20, 30 miles an hour, get right back up and have no broken bones. And another person be hit at the same miles per hour and have a ton of broken bones. So, Well, let's hope that that's the case, Joan. Let's hope.
He definitely will drag it out. He's going to try to drag it out because he's going to want to give his client the weekend. And she's going to say, can you drag it out? But the only thing he has control really over dragging out, he can only drag it out so long. So this last witness of his is the one he's going to drag out the most, because once they get to rebuttal, once Hank is done with direct, he can only drag it out so long on a cross. So, I mean, he has little, I mean, I think that the jury will have it on Friday. I would hope not, JMS, with that time limit on closings. You know, I thought that that was a terrible, awful idea. I have never seen a judge put a time limit on closings ever. Why? Because they have the right to pursue their case and not be limited to a time limit on their closing arguments for a case. So I would never agree to a time limit on closings. I've never seen it. I would never agree to it. I'd be afraid that as a judge, like, that's something that could be appealable. If you stopped them during their closing and said, oh, your hour's up, and they didn't get to finish their closing, and the jury came back and said, nah, you know, that person is guilty, that would be something that the defense could appeal on and say, well, the judge illegally limited our time on closing arguments, and I think I could have gotten X, Y, and Z across. I mean, it's not likely to win, obviously, but it is something that they absolutely could try to appeal on. I think that was a stupid move by the judge to even do that. Yes, they agreed to it, but if they don't agree to it and they say, listen, Your Honor, I can't estimate how long it's going to take me to do it, then that's life. I've never seen somebody limit a time limit and then actually go to that time limit and go, oh, you got 2 minutes. Oh, okay, you went over your time. You're done. I've never seen that before. Never seen it. Yeah, the entire day she used last Thursday. It could be an entire day they almost were done. We could have already been through Dr. Wrenchler at least and into Dr. Welcher if they hadn't taken that Thursday off. You know? Oh my God, it's a Friday the 13th. Shut up. That would be amazing. Yeah, she cut Lally off. I remember thinking to myself, who the f does that? And Lally's just like, oh, okay, I can't finish. All right, well, like, how, I mean, I've never seen that. Never. Mozzarella, yes. Well, they don't show anything. They show nothing. There's no broken bones. Hairline fractures, smaller fractures won't always show up on an X-ray. I know because I've had them, and they didn't show up on my X-rays. So I don't really know what the purpose of putting them there is anyway. It doesn't prove anything at all, you know. So if Karen gets found guilty on any charge, will she go to jail, or will they let her bail out if they file for a retrial? Well, they can't file for a retrial if she gets found guilty. That's if she gets found guilty on something, then there will be no retrial. Once you get a resolution to something, there's no retrial. So if she gets found guilty, she'll do whatever amount of time the judge thinks is necessary in sentencing. So she'll do jail time, depending on the charge that she gets found guilty on, or charges she gets found guilty on. Whether they pick a lesser included, like vehicular manslaughter or manslaughter. Yeah, that really bugged me. Positive thinking, it is real. Just prayers, you know what I'm saying? While you're saying those prayers about her being guilty, because we all know she is, also send them out for ink as well. She's dealing with some stuff. I don't know. I'm wondering myself, Andrea. I'm dying to know if he does have any clips for that closing or not. You know, maybe he saved one for last. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but I'm hoping. Yeah, she'll wait for a sentence. She can file all the appeals she wants. There's nothing for that she'll win on appeal. And yeah, it will be prison, not jail. Real prison. Framingham State Prison is where she will go. It's Norfolk County. So therefore, she will go straight to Framingham State Prison. MCI Framingham. She's not a nice person. Have a paddy wagon. We call that the party bus. It's called the party bus. Party bus.
You know, they can keep it out front. If they just leave it there and wait for the sewer turtle so he can get in too, you can just bring them both to their jails on the same day, right? Like, let's do that. That sounds like fun. That's one big party, right? Right. Rigor mortis. It's when you get all stiff after you die. Yeah, I agree, Gladys. I feel like, but again, because she's the Chief Justice Judge, she gets to choose. And I think it should have probably went on the rotation, you know? Yes, exactly. It's a party bus with silver bracelets. They get those nice new silver bracelets. Yes. Oh, I would love that. I highly doubt that's going to come in, but that would be hilarious. Don't bet on it because that's probably not coming in. It would be prejudicial, but it's still funny to think about. 12 people, too stupid. Too stupid. That's what she said. To get out of jury duty. I don't want them voting on my life. Well, sorry, Karen. Sorry for you. That's exactly what's going to happen. Sorry, not sorry. All right, folks. I want to wrap this up. I got a couple things I got to do today. I love your faces. Do me a favor. Hit the like button on your way out. Hit the subscribe button on your way out. And if you can, you can donate to the channel. We would very well appreciate it. If you donate when we're not live anymore and you catch it on a replay, or you feel like doing it after we're live, we read them on the next one. We don't read names. We will read it as anonymous. If I don't know your screen name, to say thank you. We don't read your real name because we don't want any of the crazies knowing your name. So don't worry about that. We don't let that happen here. We're very careful with everybody's safety. We have options like PayPal, Revolut, Venmo, Cash App. We also have a link for those of you who want to use debit or credit and don't have any of the payment apps. All the information is either in the chat on the screen or it's in the description of the video. It's also on the description of the channel itself on YouTube. I hope everybody has a good weekend. I love your faces, and I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning per usual. All right, everybody. Bye.
you.